We'll open up the Iredell-Statesville Schools Board of Education Committee of the Whole meeting. This is November 3rd, 2025, and we'll call the meeting to order and welcome everyone that we have here. We have a lot of people. And so I'll ask for any adjustments of the agenda to the superintendent.
As of this time, Chairman, we have none.
Motion to accept the agenda.
We have a motion to accept the agenda. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second that. Any comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I was going to make a motion to add an item to the agenda, but in this case, I'll make a motion to amend the motion to add an item to the agenda.
So we have a motion to amend. I assume this wouldn't be a friendly amendment, so we have to vote on this. Correct? Correct. So we have a second. We have a motion to amend the motion to accept the agenda by adding a motion to it. Any second on that motion? We don't know. Okay, so we need to know what do you want to add to the agenda?
Right, and I would have made that except for someone made a motion to accept the agenda very quickly.
Okay,
So
that's fine.
The agenda item that I would like to add to today's meeting is a discussion surrounding the submission of the voting delegates to the annual North Carolina School Board Association annual conference.
Okay, so we have a motion to add to the agenda, and this would be to amend the agenda, to accept the agenda as posed by putting on there to discuss the school board NCSBA voting delegates. I think we also had that on the emails, so that's what the amendment is. So do I have a second for that motion, that amendment to the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a second by Ms. Kern. Any discussion on that amended motion?
Well, since it is my amendment, I just get to go.
Yeah, quickly, go ahead.
So I have some concerns on how this played out, and the reason for those concerns were on October 21st, I was contacted, along with Ms. Kern, were contacted by Ms. Carrier regarding being a voting delegate, and I informed her that a board action was required to approve that. So on or about October 21st, the superintendent and yourself were probably notified that a board action was required. On October 27th, you signed the form.
Are you wanting to discuss it now or just add it to the agenda?
Yeah, we need to, this isn't where we discuss it. This is where,
Well, okay, well, let me
just a
be
short-
briefly. And just very briefly, in email correspondence with us, you stated that this was a new requirement, which is not true. You stated you just seen
Okay,
the form.
so
It's not true.
I think
So
that's.
there's a question of
think
your
we-
truthfulness in our exchange
So
and approving these
we'll,
delegates
that's enough
that
on it.
required board action, and
So
you
we have an,
did it.
Mr., thank you. We have a motion. The motion has been explained. If the motion passes, we'll discuss it more when we put it on the agenda. So any other comments from anyone to the motion? Go ahead, Ms. Kern.
Yes, I would just like to say I read the email, and whenever I saw the form with all the people who were to be delegates and alternates, up at the top caption, it says that it's just supposed to be voted by the board. And so I just was concerned by that because that's what it says to do.
Okay. Any other comments? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to amend the motion to accept the agenda to discuss the NCSBA voting delegates, say aye.
Aye.
That's 1, 2, 3. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
That's 4, so it's 4-3. The amendment failed. So now we have a motion to accept the agenda. We have a second by Mr. Angel, is that correct? We have a second by Mr. Angel. Any comments concerning the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of adopting the agenda as given to us, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. So we have 1, 2. Kevin, how did you vote?
I voted yay.
Yay. So we have 4 yay. How did you vote? I'm sorry.
I didn't vote.
You're supposed to vote according to the,
Well, by not saying I've agreed.
Abstain, agree.
okay, because we're supposed to, according to policy, we all have to vote on stuff unless we have a conflict of interest. So I'll put you in as a nay, Would that be?
No,
Okay, but that's breaking policy.
it's not. It's not, because by just not saying I'm in agreement, but I'm not gonna say yay.
Okay. Let me just ask quickly, Mr. Shatley, is policy about voting? We're all supposed to have a recorded vote, is that correct?
I think the policy said board members will vote unless they have a conflict of interest or otherwise excused by the board. I don't think the board has always held that when somebody wanted to abstain for personal reasons, but.
I'll let it abstain this time. Okay, so we have 4-2 with one abstention by Ms. Kern. Okay, so the agenda is passed. Now I need a motion to go into closed session. Go ahead.
I move the board go into closed session pursuant North Carolina General Statute, Section 143-318.11 for the following reasons. Under subsection A1, to discuss matters that are confidential under the law, specifically personnel matters under NCGS 115C-319 and student matters under 20 USC Section 1232G, as well as under subsection A3 to consult with the board's attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
We also need to add to consult with the board's attorney regarding the litigation, the matter of GA versus the school system.
Okay,
The next one.
so with the,
Under subsection A3 to consult with the board's attorney regarding the litigation in the matter of
GA versus the school system.
GA versus
The school system. Iredell-Statesville School.
okay.
Iredell-Statesville Schools.
Do I have a second on that motion? Second. Okay, call Mr. Sloan for the second. All those in favor of going into closed session, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, 7-0. Thank you. We're now 6 o'clock, so we'll come back into open session and welcome everyone here to the Committee of the Whole meeting for Iredell-Statesville Schools. This is the Board of Education. I was thinking about that here tomorrow a little bit. But we're just going to continue open session. I do want to say, when we go into closed session, we come out, we have a little time. A lot of times we get suppers provided to us. The culinary kids did a great job. The culinary kids at ISS, that's one of the best meals we've had. We can't put them on payroll, but I think we would if we could. That's just my opinion anyway. I think we all, as a consensus, would say the culinary kids did a great job. And so, Mr. Rogers, wherever you're at, if you hear me, let's try that next time if the kids can do it. It was very good. So we'll just go ahead and get started. And so, Dr. LeVar Mazel at the personnel report, and if you come up, and we discussed this in closed session, but we bring it up in open session to see, we can only ask certain types of questions in open session and answer them, I guess. But anyone on the board have any question for Dr. Mazel concerning the personnel report? Yeah, go ahead. Mr. Sloan?
We discussed the foreign teachers that we had last time, and the one I brought up doing such a good job. Can you tell us why now it's more difficult to get a foreign teacher?
Yes, so maybe about 3 weeks to a month ago, we did get some legislation from that stated that in order to sponsor a teacher with the H-1B, we had to pay an additional $100,000. And so right now, we have halted that journey with the international teachers due to that.
But if that changes, we're going to look at it again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's just not financially viable for us to do that. And they've been doing well, the ones we've had.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, right now, they're, our Jamaican teachers, they're a little worried because of Hurricane Melissa, and so we've been talking with them and trying to support them. They haven't heard from family members, and so we are supporting them in ways that we can here.
Sure. And thank you guys for doing that.
Absolutely.
Anything else? Anyone? Hearing nothing, we'll go on. Thank you, Dr. Mazel.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is Mr. Adam Steele, 2025-2026 budget resolution. The budget is still not really approved at the state level. We'll let Mr. Steele talk about that, and the floor is yours, sir.
All right. Good evening, Chairman Knight, fellow board members, Dr. James. So as Dr. Knight mentioned, the state budget has not yet been passed. We don't know when that will be passed, but we do have numbers based on last year's budget. So we're able to build a budget. We do have retirement rates, and I'll mention those. We do have health insurance rates, and I'll talk about that. So I provided you got, every one of you, with quite a bit of information there. I provided you with a budget summary by fund and program. Also provided you a budget by purpose code. Also provided a Fund 2 detailed budget with some highlights and reasons for increases, decreases within Fund 2, your local current expense. Also provided Fund 8, which is our Fund 8 other revenue as additional detail. If you'll remember, we asked the county for 15 point, like almost a 16% increase. Once we went through the budget process, they provided a 3% increase per pupil. Our ADM did go up, so our revenue did go up a little bit more than the 3% per pupil. That was because our ADM was up prior year. We knew going in we were not going to get 16%, so we made adjustments. We took into account different things. We made cuts. Those cuts were tough. Again, the state's not passed the budget, but they did go back and do some mini budgets. They did provide a step increase. So we went ahead and did the step increase for certified staff. We also did our step increase for our classified staff. They did change the retirement rate that we have to pay on every full-time employee from 24.04% to 24.67%. Health insurance that we, as the district, pay per person went from $8,095 to $8,500 per person as well. So that is taken into account in this budget. So within our local budget, we budgeted $1.8 million out of fund balance. Last year, we used approximately $2.1 million. The pressure on fund balance is still related, a lot of it's related to the cost of supplies, EC. But I will say that Mr. Mihal is doing a good job to reduce contracted employees. I know we've got some teachers coming soon from, as part of Dr. Mazzell, to get some of these contract employees off. So that will help us, but we know it's going to take 2 years for that to help, but it will help some this year. We hope to continue to get EC down so they don't are relying on fund balance. We continue to see increases in sub-cost. We've tried different things, but sub-costs do continue to increase. Supply and material cost continue to increase. Utility cost. And then charter school students. We do see an increase in charter school students relative to what we're seeing. We had to budget more local teachers this year in your local budget, and I mentioned that in your summary. And the reason for that is related to restart schools. We added West Iredell, and as a result, our restart money went from about 12 million to 18 million. So the state don't give us money per se. They don't allocate another pot. We have to go to our money that we currently get allocated and transfer positions. So I had to transfer more teachers, obviously, because, at West Iredell, you got 800, 900 students, and you got to transfer probably an additional 30 positions. So I've moved 40 positions roughly to local. We also had to take into account utilities. Duke Energy is looking at increases. I know Mark and his department are doing things to reduce our energy cost, but those do continue to increase. Your total budget this year is around $274 million currently. Your state budget is your largest portion. It's $153 million. You see in your line item budget with your programs, we have over 25 different programs within state. When you look at that program, Fund 1, pots of money. So those pots of money have to stay with specifically what they're to be used for. The state they are continuing the state teacher supplement or the certified supplement. This year, our allotment for that's a little over $2 million. Last year, we paid $920 for that teacher supplement. This year, I expect that teacher supplement, based on current numbers, to be about $1,000. So that's an additional supplement that our certified staff who work with students will receive. Your current expense or your local budget totals about $60.5 million, and I mentioned that I used $1.8 million out of fund balance to balance that. I did provide you a summary, so if you have any questions, we can look at that. Your federal budget totals $11.7 million compared to $15 million in the prior year. Reason for that, last year we started with some ESSER funds that we had to finish spending. So that is one reason. So we're back to a normal federal budget, around 11, 12, $14 million. Your capital budget with carryover is $23.6 million. Your school nutrition budget is $13.5 million, and we are able to charge school nutrition indirect costs. They are in a good financial situation, so we are charging them indirect costs this year. Your scholarship fund that we house scholarships for is $35,000. Primetime is $1.7 million. They did receive money previous 2 years ago from the state, which helped them build up a fund balance. But we have had to go up, and y'all implemented it last year, increases for the next 5 years on primetime to help offset increases in salaries and benefits. Your other special revenue fund, or Fund 8, is $9.4 million. I provided you an explanation within the documents on what is specifically in Fund 8. But remember, this money, we do not have to pay a per pupil share of this money to charter schools. Your Fund 8 in previous years was probably about $18 million, but we had a lot of grants that we lost. We had TSL, EIR, we had some other grants that have ended. Your total charter school students that we're currently paying, that the county gives us for, we're currently at about 3,425 students, which is an increase from 3,251 in the prior year. So when we go to the county, we do provide that number to them, and we did provide them, I think we said 3,420, so we were really close. That number can fluctuate. But with that, I'll take any questions on the budget resolution or any of the documents that I may have provided that you have questions on.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Steele. Just real quickly, I think me and you 2 or 3 years ago got to sit down, and looking at budgets can be very confusing.
Yes.
Especially now, that's your job. That is your savoir-faire. That's what makes you so good. That's what I'm not good at. But we've tried to get it in a way to make it easily understandable as quick as possible.
Yep.
And with all the pots of money, I know when I first ran, a couple of county commissioners were talking to me about, you have all these pots of money and you talk about switching pots and all that stuff. You make a comment here, I think, on one of the documents that we can't just take pot from Fund 1, like a 1,000 into a 2,000. And can you just quickly just talk about that? You can change within a little bit within.
Yeah.
But just talk about that before we go in, so for the people that are here, maybe people that are watching, and for the board members as well, how that works, switching money within the groups, because it's more limited than you would think it is.
Yeah. So the state, for instance, if you look at the program budget summary that I provided by program, you got classroom teachers. I cannot transfer classroom teachers out of that to EC. I cannot transfer that. I can't transfer money out of that to pay for central office. I can't transfer CTE money, if we have leftover CTE money, out of CTE. Has to stay within CTE. Same thing for, let's just, like instructional support. That would be your counselors, that would be your school nurses. We cannot transfer out of that to pay for classroom teachers. You can't pay for EC again. You can't pay for transportation. Transportation funds has to stay in transportation. So there's things that have to stay within the pot where they give it to you.
And like child nutrition, they've got their own effective fund balance.
They do.
And which I think, what's the other one that has their own fund balance?
Primetime.
Primetime has their own fund balance. Thank you. I was vaping on that. I mean, that's how they help pay for theirs, and it builds up or it gets to be a negative. And when yours, it's a little tight on primetime, but here lately with child nutrition, we're running in the positives every year.
Yep.
And they've really built up their fund. I think Dr. James talked, we really, compared to when you first came on the board, child nutrition is in a much better spot financially than it was from the beginning. So just want to talk about that for a minute. So I'll open it up to board members that are interested. Mr. Sloan, go ahead.
Yes, you was talking about the different pots that we got our money in. And I want to know I want you to tell us just how rigid it is, because in a household budget, a lot of times I borrow money out of one account and the wife don't know it and I put it back in there, I use it. But that don't happen in our budget, correct?
No. So anytime we anytime we have expenses within the state budget, we have to go to the state on the state website and request our funds. The state don't send us, I said, the budget for state's $153 million. On July 1, they don't send us $153 million. We have to go in and request those funds. If we're over budget on those funds, the state will withhold money from us. Same thing with Fund 2. I can't use money out of federal to pay local expenses. I can't pay utilities out of Fund 3, which is federal. Same thing, capital's restricted. The Fund 8's restricted, like the grants. Those specific grants, I can only pay certain things out of those pots of money. But there's stringent laws. The only flexibility you have within a budget currently is local. We do have a little bit of flexibility there, but our local budget is taxed. I mean, we used $2.1 million out of fund balance last year. We're looking at probably $1.8 million. And we're trying to get that number down, but we can't go from one pot of money or one fund, as the governmental accounting calls it.
So, Mr. Steele, what I would tell Mr. Sloan also, or the board, so it's another checks and balances, because I think the general public assumes you're giving all this money at one time, you can go put it in the bank and we can earn interest off of it.
Right.
But they know how many teachers you have based on your ADM. So if you ask for $30,000 more, then what's your ADM numbers come up to? They send you an exception report going, why are you asking for this? Because that's not what we budgeted for you.
Yeah.
Follow-up question, $274 million budget and $150 million approximately comes from the state. If the state steps up and sends us $200 million, does that mean somebody else is going to fund us less, or we're going to have extra $50 million?
You would hope nobody would fund you less. I would hope even if the state sent us $200 million, gave us that much extra money, I'd hope the county would stay where they're at.
We're not telling anybody. In the beginning, at first, if that happened. I'm kidding. All right. Mr. Sloan, do you have anything else? All right, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? I'm good.
I do.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Kubnik.
Mr. Steele,
Yes.
so first of all, thank you for you and your staff. You know, the annual compliance reports, you guys have been hitting it out of the ballpark last couple of years, so that's well done, right?
Yes.
And complying with the rules and regulations is one thing, and how we spend the money wisely is a different thing, and that's what we're talking about here, right? So a couple questions that I had for you is the ADM number is essentially about 600 less, right? So that's a reflection of losing about 600 students from this time last year to present time.
Right.
And then if we continue to lose students for next year, then we're going to be sort of like double punished.
So, am I still on? Yeah. So the state, what they're doing now, used to, if we would have seen a decrease of 600 students, we would have lost $2 million. But they're funding what they call in the arrears. So we will be funded on 20,200 next year. We're not penalized in the current year, but we know going in the next year, so we've had to make adjustments currently that we're going to be funded at 20,200 students.
Right. So the state funding system is not flexible enough to actually fund you at the student level that you are at, say, in September or October. They're not able to respond to that in real time?
If you see an increase, they would fund you, but you have to meet a threshold of 100 students more. So like next year, if we come back and we have 20,300 or 400, if they pass it in their budget, it's always a if, they would fund us the additional students.
Okay, okay. I think that's, the ADM deltas is a conversation for another time, not necessarily during a financial meeting, but I think that's something we should cover. These other reports that you gave us, that are called budget summary and report, are these the documents that you'll be giving to us every month?
If so choose, we can, if that's what you would like. we can
Okay,
do that.
yeah, that would be my request, because Mr. Shatley, your colleague, Mr. Chris Campbell, last month at the law conference, he actually stated in one of his briefs that we should be getting documents like these every month, these financial reports, and I agree with that, so I hope we can continue doing that. Last question that I have for you is, when we, in our upcoming brief about the technology refresh is a 4.7 million number. Now, when I looked at the budget documents in March that you provided us, I didn't see any line items that had that kind of money in them. Do you happen to know off the top of your head where you would have budgeted for that?
So that's not going to be out of operating. We're going to look at capital funds. We also have a little bit of fund balance within, and I know Mark will speak about it in a little bit. That is also, there's a little bit of money from computer buyback that is in Fund 8 fund balance that we will look at, but that will be within capital once we'll have to transfer some money.
Okay, you're saying the majority of that would come from capital?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anyone else want to be recognized? Ms. Kern? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Haynes.
I echo what Mr. Kubinek said about the clean audit. That was a great thing the other month. But when you're doing a budget, so we've had grants, when they come to an end, are you part of the team that says whether it's sustainable, whatever the grant was focused on, or is it sustainable or not? I was on the board right after we got that great big grant from federal. And at that time, I didn't think most of those initiatives would be sustainable. But here we are, we're still having computers, and I don't like to see us dip into our savings, 2 years in a row. I don't know if we did it the third back. But are you part of that decision-making? Are you able to say to the team, no?
So we, as executive cabinet, we are, everybody in executive cabinet's part of it, whoever's over the grant. And we also have admin meeting where we discuss that as well. So it's a team effort. We look at, I think I even brought it up, Dr. Mazzell and I, and even Dr. Berry and Dr. Savage, here's the grants that are ending. And these grants, we've talked about every one of the grants that has ended. Dr. Savage is aware, we're all aware of which grants are ending related to anything we got pre-COVID related to mental health or student health, yes.
Anyone else? Okay. I'm good. I will say, I was talking to someone that runs another institution, a little bit smaller, around 50 million, at another institution that commented about audits, and they were saying, yeah, well, you always got stuff on some audits and stuff. You've got $50 million, you're going to have some little things. And I was like, Iredell-Statesville's got 270, and we had a clean audit and no findings. Wow, that's really good. And so, again, I want to compliment yourself and your team especially.
I got a great team, so I don't do it alone, trust me.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Knight, if you add in child nutrition and the others, we're always over 300 million. And the great part of Iredell-Statesville, it's had a no-comment audit for quite some time. And so that means we're adhering to making sure that we're not moving money among PRCs that's not appropriate. But to answer Ms. Haynes' question, so we already know that there's going to be a shortfall, so we will begin talking with our principals, assistant principals, and other directors about here's what we're projecting, so where can we look to reduce costs? Because revenue, and as we said, without an additional revenue stream, Adam and I have already figured this out. We've told the county commissioners this probably 2 or 3 years ago. Anything below 6%, we're just laying people off. So that's what the cost of living, and we're using CPI, which is Consumer Price Index, which will never keep up with the COLA increases. So when the state gives a 5% raise, all those individuals on local budget get a 5% raise, but if we only got a 1.5% or 2% or 3% from the county, then we absorb that every year, and over a period of 20 years, you start. We haven't been on CPI 20 years, but we've been on it quite a while. But it's just not sustainable. So at some point, we've got to look at another source of income, or we'll continue to reduce positions every year from here on out. So, and it comes down to, a custodian's not the same as a teacher or director. So we have reduced the original, if you look at our original footprint, organizational chart, there's 18 less positions in that chart today, and all of us do multiple jobs, and there's just nowhere else to cut. It's down now to impacting everything we do. Our organization's here to educate kids, but we're now cutting into the ability to do that. And when you hear about these other districts that, hey, this district's #1 in the state, look at their budget and per pupil. I've had Laura pull numerous pieces of data, and I've shared with the board occasionally. Out of the similar sized districts as us, we average about $19 million less in our budget as a similar sized district. And I can assure you $19 million goes a long way. So the high dose tutoring programs that are very successful in Union cost money. And when ESSERs run out, it's a shame to know that something works and have to say, can't do it, don't have the money. So we're definitely going to have to, as a county, try to look at additional revenue sources. I know that sales tax wise, we're probably one of the lowest surrounding. I don't get my receipt every time I go out of the county in a higher price sales tax county and start looking at how much sales tax I spend over the year. But we've got to do something to sustain an award-winning school system as we have. And again, I'll bring in the data again this year. Out of 100 counties, we're funded by the state somewhere 96th or 97th at the very bottom, but we're in the top 25% academically, and that's just not sustainable. That's something that's definitely not sustainable without hiring good people and having funding to do what's best for kids. And right now, we're telling you we don't. My personal opinion is we don't have enough funding in this district to provide a sound basic education.
All right, so that's all. Yeah, the pots of money comment, I was going to relate that back to the audit, and that just says we're doing things the right way. Thank you. All right, so, and this will be a voting item at the meeting next week. All right, thank you. Okay. Next we have Ms. Jackie Parker talking about AI in Iredell-Statesville schools. And whatever you say now and probably 6 months to a year may be out of date. The way AI is moving quickly.
It is, absolutely.
Go ahead.
Dr. Knight, Dr. James, board, thank you for having us tonight. I brought with me Kristen Goodwin. She is one of our 4 digital teaching and learning coaches. They support our 37 schools. They each have about 9 or 10 schools apiece. But Kristen has really taken the lead on our AI in Iredell-Statesville, and so I'm going to let her kind of go through our presentation for you.
Okay, good evening. Like Jackie said, I am Kristen Goodwin, and I've kind of taken on the heart of AI, I believe, for our district. And so I'm here to update you guys this evening on where we're at as a district for our students. So just background I always give for the audience of what is AI. One next. There we go. So AI, artificial intelligence, is just computers doing things that typically require human intelligence to do, and it is nothing new. It's been embedded in our lives for years. And we don't really think about it at all, honestly. Things like when we're typing text and there's autocorrect. We're watching Netflix and it suggests things for us to watch based on other things. These are all AI. And it's just natural for us these days, or at least most of us. However, in November 2022, AI really became a hot topic in education as well as worldwide because of generative AI, and that is when ChatGPT came out to the public. Generative AI is a piece of AI. It is trained on large sets of information, and the purpose of it is to generate new content. So whether that is text or images, videos, etc. Most of the time, the user is using a chatbot where it is talking back and forth to get the output that it desires. So in our district and throughout our state, generative AI has become an important topic. Our state has been at the forefront in creating guidelines. We were one of the first 5 states. We came out with generative AI guidelines in January 2024. And it is now part of our strategic plan as a state. It's embedded in Pillar 1, which is preparing our students for their next phase in life. And part of this is teaching them about artificial intelligence, how to use it safely and ethically, use it to problem solve, etc. With that, our state really has looked at the World Economic Forum, their Future Jobs Report. The most recent one came out this year, and it is projected that with AI, 92 million jobs will be lost. However, with AI knowledge and skills, an additional 170 million will be created. So there is positive growth with that, but it is changing the skill sets our students need to have to be prepared. Additionally, this one blows my mind. Our students who have entered kindergarten this year, 65% of them will enter jobs that don't exist right now. So we don't really know what the job market's going to look like. We just know that it's changing, and we have to know what skills to prepare our students with. Skills that are highlighted, of course, AI skills in general, but just creative thinking, being resilient and flexible, collaborating with others. These are important skills outlined in this report, but they also directly align with our own portrait of a graduate, both at the state and local level. And so I like to see that alignment taking place. So to give you guys kind of an update on where we're at as a district, what's happened so far, and where we're at now. In the 23-24 school year is really when our department, the DTL department, started strong, focusing on generative AI. The 4 coaches, our DTL coaches, we have had a lot of training that we have gone to throughout the state. And we began that year focusing on training with our teachers, helping them know what is AI, how can they use it safely and effectively, and the benefits to them. Our teachers need more time, and AI is a huge time saver when used well. We were able to provide optional training for them at early release days. We were able to get in some of our schools at meetings. We've put it in newsletters. We've been in some of our instructional facilitator meetings, the content coaches who are now instructional coaches, our media coordinators, et cetera. Additionally, our program for digital citizenship called Neptune Navigate, that school year, it started putting a really small piece of AI instruction in for students, just kind of a taste of it. So moving to last year, our 24-25 school year, like I said, the state in January 24 came out with their AI guidelines, and we knew that we needed to begin that focus for our district. So the focus last year was creating our AI guidelines and continuing all of the efforts from the previous year. We created a short-term task force with a lot of different stakeholders. We had Mr. Kubinik on the force, Dr. Knight, all of exec cabinet was invited to it, CNI, our department. We had media coordinators and principals and instructional coaches because we wanted a lot of voices at the table. So we began that around November last year and got it completed February, March. And when we ended that task force, the steps moving forward were to send the guidelines to the attorney to make sure we were good in everything we said, as well as for the DTL team and CNI team to then move forward on creating an AI literacy plan for the district. So we did send our AI guidelines to the attorney and got feedback on any adjustments, which more than anything was some typos here and there on us. But in April, we worked with CNI to create our AI literacy plan, which was going to focus on AI literacy for staff and all high school students. We created a Canvas course for our high school students to take using a variety of resources provided by DPI as well as other well-known places. And then we presented that plan to our secondary principals in June. Another piece we took part in last year as a district was 2 DPI initiatives. 4 of us entered an AI collaborative with the state, 2 DTL coaches, and 2 of our secondary instructional coaches, with the focus on AI literacy for staff and the commitment to providing that AI literacy for staff and high school students this year. Also, 2 of us helped develop AI micro-credentials for the state, which are training resources our teachers can use, and we are going to ingest some of those into our Canvas instance for our teachers to learn more. So this year, where are we going this year? This year, the focus is on that AI literacy for all. So with our AI literacy courses, we took the high school course and adapted it for staff. All of our media coordinators, secondary principals, and secondary instructional coaches are already enrolled in that course. We have adapted it for middle school for when those schools are ready for their students to begin learning on it. And then as the secondary schools are ready to implement the courses with their staff and students, they are letting our department know so that we can get that started for them in Canvas and kind of walk them through the management. So in terms of why all of this, what's the next step once they have the AI literacy? At that point, we will begin unblocking AI for students. Right now, AI is unblocked for staff. We've had it that way for a few years now so that they can begin exploring and learning and using it instructionally. So once staff and students at a school complete the AI literacy courses, principals are going to fill out a Google form that will come to Jackie stating that, yes, they have completed this and acknowledging the commitment that goes with that to continue AI literacy with students and the responsibility of it. In terms of sites we'll unblock, at this time we have approved 2 for high school and middle school. That's Magic School and School AI. These 2 were developed by educators for classrooms and for students under the age of 18. They've got extra safety parameters in place, so they are suitable for our middle school and high school students. Additionally, we can unblock Gemini for high school. Google has, just in the past 4 or so months, within our Google for Education, made Gemini available to students under the age of 18 and does not collect data as they use it anymore. Typically, these models collect data so that they can learn and improve. So it's comforting to know that they do not in case students accidentally put personal information in. Next spring, we would also like to work on creating a community event to inform our parents and other stakeholders about AI. So that is in the beginning phases, kind of thinking through, but our goal is in the spring. And at that point, just any questions from you all?
Okay, so AI is changing so fast. And, you know, just a couple things I had on there. I really like the AI literacy and micro-credentials, but, you know, it's going to change yearly, to be completely honest. I've been introduced to Sora. I don't know if you guys know what that is, where you make crazy cat videos of them shooting rockets and missiles. Not that I would do anything like that with AI. Of course not.
We behave.
But, and generative AI really is cool, but it's changing so fast with the capabilities of it. Yeah, this is going to be, the genie's out of the bottle. We can't put it back with AI, unfortunately. We can limit with any devices we have, but really I think what we're doing is teaching them how to handle it on their own when they're not using our devices, because then it's a Wild West free-for-all to some extent.
It is. And they're using it.
Yeah, they already are.
Without us guiding them.
Yeah. And, shoot, Grammarly is a type of AI. It's just a little bit more controls to some extent. Not that my students would ever use Grammarly or anything like that.
It's getting embedded more and more in our educational tools and making it more and more of a hurdle when we purchase products even.
Yeah, so it's a two-edged sword, is the way I look at it in this. I'm going to open it up to board members, questions, comments. Let me get to Ms. Kern, I'll get to you. Okay, Ms. Kern, go ahead.
Sure, I have a question. Is there a cost associated with this program?
There is not. So all three of these that we would unblock have free versions. So, well, Google for Education is our Google suite that, yes, we pay for, but Gemini is a piece of that. School AI and Magic School do have paid versions. We did look at a grant for it a few years ago, but honestly, it's not necessary. They can be used with the free versions. The teachers still get all the data based on the student interactions. They see those chats. They set the parameters of how the students use it. And so the free one works fine. We are all about free.
Wonderful. And then what kind of safety parameters on there to make sure that they don't access something they shouldn't?
So in general with our tech, we have a lot of safety parameters in place, just with Lightspeed, our filtering system, all the things. But when you're talking about Magic School and School AI, the models they are built with, they have, and I'm not good at speaking the lingo with all of it, but they have it even more tightened where inappropriate content cannot be created, et cetera. I have tested it out some because I'm going to make sure stuff's okay with kids. And when it prompting something inappropriate, those chatbots have redirected the conversation back to what it should be focused on. So.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Sloan, go ahead.
I don't see it I don't see the technology that everybody else does, I guess, but I look at it from the view where I'm at. And when I was in school, the calculator was the thing. And I wanted a calculator because I didn't want to do math. But the calculator ruined math. And AI is going to ruin everything. I'm at the Walmart, and I won't go through the self-checkout. So I'm talking to the girl. I say, well, I will not go through self-checkout. And she says, well, it's not going to take our jobs away. And I look over, and there's 20 lanes of self-checkout, and one girl over watching it. So 19 jobs went away. And I can't stand going to Bojangles and a robot taking my order, so I won't go through the drive-thru now.
I'll agree with you there. So I will say, I don't believe AI is going to take away our teachers. I think it's going to redefine what we have to be as teachers, and it's going to redefine learning. I think it can force us as educators to teach more critical thinking skills to our students, which we need to be doing anyways. And I will tell you, because it just came to my mind, I'm North Iredell, so I think agriculture, I live on a farm. There are tractors with AI built into them now.
I like it.
That is our world. It's crazy, but it is our world.
And the same teller told me that the new girl there came over to her with a dime and a nickel in her hand and said, what's the difference between the big one and the little one? Yeah. That's where we're going to.
Anyone else? I have a couple other comments, but I'll save them to the end. Ms. Haynes.
This past summer, I attended a school board conference, and one of the breakout sessions was on AI. We all downloaded this app, and you had to take a picture of yourself, and then it puts you into a different, like I was Cindy the Warrior Queen, So there you go. So what about pictures? I mean, we have a stringent rule on students and their, are we going to, is
Photo
that?
release, yeah.
Okay.
So yes, there are image generators out there. Yes, you could take pictures of yourselves and do things. That would fall still within the adherence of our photo release forms that parents fill out. And being careful with that. That's also why we are considerate on, or picky on what we will unblock, because we do not want those, that data to be collected of those students. We have a program that a school is wanting to use currently that would collect that, and we're doing additional permission slips from families for that after-school program. So we're being very careful.
Also, what do you see as a huge challenge in this direction? I know I'm not saying it in a negative way. I know we are faced with challenges, and what are your thoughts on that?
I think one of the biggest challenges is balancing everything. From a school standpoint, balancing all of the education that needs to take place. And I think that what we need to work with our teachers on, as well as admin, is not seeing AI literacy and AI usage as a separate thing. How does it work within our instruction? How do we use it as a tutor for our students who are behind grade level? How does it help close those gaps, et cetera? So I think that's a hurdle. Another one is honestly time. Everyone is so busy. Everyone is wearing so many hats. Teachers have a lot on their plates, and we need to teach all of our teachers about AI and all of our students, and we need to be focused on equity, and it's hard to get everywhere because of everybody's schedules and all of the things.
Anyone else? Mr. Kubnik?
From my time serving on the task force, are there any policies we need to update? I got the impression we were going to update some policies and user guides that were going to come to the board.
We did last year. The state board updated their policies on the acceptable use policy and the internet usage and all that to incorporate AI. And I went back and double checked, and that was all included last year. So we did, the committee you were on, we developed the guidelines for generative AI. And that's what, we haven't really released all of it yet because we're not doing a whole district yet, but as the schools participate in it, they're getting those guidelines for the
Right.
teachers, for the parents, and the
And
students.
so is it still correct that my understanding was we were not going to introduce AI K through 5? Is that correct?
Not generative AI, independently. So teachers could use it, and correct me if I'm wrong, teachers could use it with their class, but students would not be on it independently.
So then are students permitted or not permitted to do assignments and projects outside of the classroom using AI to turn in schoolwork?
In elementary,
Yeah.
not permitted, but
Not
we
by the
haven't.
teachers or
We
us.
haven't really approached it with elementary yet, because secondary is still slowly coming on board. And what the guidelines define is ultimately, after all of the AI literacy is completed, teachers are going to have the end say on this assignment. You can use AI, but cite your source. Tell me what you used in the AI. Or they can say, this assignment, no AI at all.
Okay, because I think I've seen elementary work citing AI sources already. So something to let you know about.
Okay.
I see articles all the time in the Wall Street Journal about AI from college professors. There was one in August from a Harvard University professor saying that AI is robbing students' ability to think, analyze, write. Now that's coming from a college university professor. Now, as we introduce it into the earlier, younger years of children, how do we use this or hold back on using it, because the basic fundamentals of education need to occur first before we get attracted to this shiny new object? So what is the approach going to be?
I think that goes back to purposeful use of it in general, just like any technology. Students have been able to Google pre-written papers and copy and paste them as their own for years now. But I think it goes back to educating on proper use of it. It's not your work if you're just copying and pasting everything. Looking at an output and analyzing it and saying, okay, what is accurate, what is not accurate, questioning it, researching based on it, finding reliable sources, et cetera.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Just had some comments. I just want to say, first of all, I used AI to do a derivation for me to help me out in class for my physics classes. He got it wrong.
Yes.
And so it messes up. And I'm doing the derivation in class with the equation. I was like, wait a minute, there's supposed to be a minus there, and there's not. And that made me feel pretty good, at least. But I was rushed for time, so that's why I had it write out the derivation for me. But AI, I had a student the other day, he was writing some code, and he said, he said, I got some questions on the code here. And I said, all right. And I said, well, where'd the code, how'd you get the code? How'd you program it? He said, oh, I just had AI write it for me. And I said, okay, so what does it mean? So it's quick. It will write code very well. And I think AI is going to take a lot of coding jobs, to be completely honest. If you do 3D printing, AI writes the code for 3D printers, but you have to give it the correct inputs to get it to do what you want it to do. Having the kids, so there needs to be some AI, but the key is that balance, like you said. A couple things I have in here. I like what you said about flexibility. You got to know when to use it and when not to. And that's going to be, at a teacher perspective, there's going to be some mistakes made along the way. I mean, I hate to say it. I'm not trying to justify and make excuses, but there are, because I've tried it for stuff, and sometimes it's worked, and sometimes it hasn't. If I try to tell a kid, write this on your own without using AI and make it as homework, am I really that dumb? Because if I give anything hard at all, they're going to use it a little bit. It's a tool out there. So I can't not know that it's there. So I've got to be cognizant of it in everything we do. So your guidance from you guys is going to be important there. How to use AI as a tool but not depend on it, I guess, is what I had written down here. That's going to be hard. And how not to be stupid with AI is something you're going to have to address. And that's going to change every year. I mean, the literacy piece. And, I go back to the cat videos. I'm like, oh my gosh, these are real. They look real. The cat's shooting rockets. I'm like, yes, but I can't train my cat to do that. But what's going to look like next year? You see where it's going. How do you know what's real and what's not? Those are the things in the literacy that's going to be continuously updated from your department. I know you know that, but I hope that the teachers know, and we all know that this is an evolving process. And AI can write its own AI code. So once you get AI started writing code, it's going to go back and make itself even better. That's what it does. It's a learning module. And then the legal issues, I guess, is really going to be tough because there's some gray areas, deep fakes. You were talking about pictures, and just some of the legal stuff, like you say, saying something yours that isn't. And how will teachers know as AI gets better? Because now I can take something kids generate for me and write up, and I'll plug it into an AI thing and say, all right, is this written by AI or not? And they're pretty good at detecting. AI is pretty good at detecting if it's written by AI.
Not.
Sometimes.
Well, I'm about,
There are lawsuits with that one.
yeah, 70-some%. So I actually tried to convince Grok that I was AI, but I was a person. And I came close to convincing it. But this is a wild, wild west right now. And if anyone's got the answers, I don't know who they are. And
Constantly changing.
it's constantly changing. And if we try to completely get rid of it, and we're doing a disservice because
I don't believe that we're able to get rid of it completely. Like she mentioned, a lot of the websites that we're already using for curriculum are embedding AI tools, and what might work today, we're finding this every day. It might work yesterday, and today a teacher says, oh, it's blocked. Well, that's because our filter blocks AI for students, and that site just added an AI component, so it blocked it. So we're having to try to see if we can block the AI piece, but keep the rest of it open. Sometimes we can, sometimes we can't. And we'll just always be chasing this,
I mean, unfortunately,
at us, but
7 Habits of Highly Successful People, Stephen Covey, right? Remember one of the things that he says, be proactive, not reactive. Unfortunately, you guys are almost going to have to be, to some extent, reactive.
Yes.
Because I don't know if you can be proactive enough with this to catch everything.
the literacy piece is the huge.
Literacy piece, yeah.
Teaching.
The safety.
Yeah, and that's why we've had it open for teachers for a while, so they could get in and play with it and learn. And as far as the writing papers, as a teacher, I should know my student's voice.
Exactly.
Even when I put something in AI and say, write this for me, I can tell I didn't write that. I don't use some of those words that are in there, so I have to make it my own, and if I don't know what it means, I'm not going to.
And that's actually what I tell my students is if I don't hear you saying this, that what you wrote, I will assume it's AI. And if they don't like it, they can run it up the chain.
And we coach teachers to have those conversations. Talk to the students about the work. Can they answer the questions about it?
Mm-hmm.
That's safer than trying to use an AI detective online.
Yep, yep.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, go ahead.
apologize to go out of order, but just some things triggered some comments. Is that agreeable?
I'm sorry I triggered you.
Yeah, in a good way, right? I just, something you said there at the end, I know our role is governance. I'm not here to tell you how to do your job, but I just feel compelled to kind of underscore that point. I think the policies and the training and everything, the onus really falls on us as the adults to make sure we know how to use the AI. It's as simple as like the example you gave. Can you have a student come up and give an oral presentation? Do you make them articulate, what why they made a decision or how they solved a problem? Do you use it to grade the easy stuff? You can knock out multiple choice questions and grades or make test questions, or do you take the time to think about questions that are catered to that individual's class and their needs? I think about the way teachers have to approach their job, and again, I have compassion for that. But I do think as a district, as leadership, the onus is really on us to say, how are we going to integrate this technology into how we educate these students, more than let's be hyper-focused on policies that restrict or balance a curriculum or this or that. It's really, do the adults in the room know how to tell whether or not Kevin is really understanding and comprehending this information for himself? And so I don't envy the role that you're in, but I just want to offer that piece of, I guess, consultation more than anything. So thank you.
Anyone else? I do not envy you at all with this. This is not easy, and getting it right is a moving target, in my opinion. Do you want to say something, Ms. Haynes?
Excuse me, I missed your name. Kristen
Goodwin.
Goodwin. Thank you.
Thank you. This was just informative. And how often will you be coming back again? And
I don't think you want to see us every time something new comes out.
I do not.
And that's part of why we're not getting a policy. We're having guidelines, and they're fluctuating, as, like, we just decided that Gemini, after a lot of research, would be safe in our environment, in our instance of Google, not in a free Google account that you can.
No.
But in our district-managed one.
Yeah.
It would be safe. So, there'll be more that come along, so we're constantly researching.
Maybe every 6 months or something, if you don't mind, it would be nice, because this is really changing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next, Jackie, I'm sorry, but you're up here again.
I'm here for a while.
Okay, yeah, so you're earning your money tonight. Device refresh update.
Yes, and I brought some friends with me tonight. So we are here to just kind of update you on where we are with the device refresh, and we've got a lot of data for you, and we brought some principals to help explain some things, but we wanted to give you an update kind of on the status of where we are in our current devices. So for elementary, pre-COVID, we were not one-to-one with iPads with elementary, and then COVID happened and we had to go home, and we didn't have enough devices for all the elementary kids at home. So in 2021, before I was in this position, well, actually, when I first came into this position, we had to buy some more iPads out of ESSER's funds to make up that difference, so we would have enough to send home with students. So our elementary students are using a combination of iPads that were purchased in 2021 and 2022 using the ESSER's money. The 2021 versions are good. We're in their 5th year of use. Their operating system will go through, Apple's changed their operating system so it aligns with the year now, so they should be good until 27. The 2022s that we purchased, which is the bulk of the iPads that we have, those will be good until iOS 28 comes out. And we are currently in our 4th year of use with those. And the previous board had asked when we bought those in 2022 that we use them at least 5 years. So we're good in line with that. Our middle schools are also using iPads that we purchased in 2022. And with those, we heard the need that middle schools needed keyboards. So we purchased keyboard cases with those. They are in their 4th year of use. And the keyboard cases have been a nightmare, pretty much. We looked at all the keyboard cases that were out there. They're expensive, and we looked at all of them. We tried to take them apart. Nothing stands up to middle school students. Military specs, they may have, but they will not hold up to a middle school student, these iPad cases. And that's what I tell vendors too, and they come at us saying, hey, have you looked at this? Have you looked at this? Yes, but have you looked at a middle schooler taking it apart or picking at it or whatever? So our keyboard cases have been a big issue in middle school. Our when we do our refresh, those middle school iPads, we'll move them down to elementary school to replace those 2021 purchased iPads. Our high school students are using Dell laptops, Windows laptops that were purchased with ESSER's funds in 2022, and they are in their 4th year of use. They physically have held up pretty good, but we've had some battery issues. Now they're starting to have some trackpad and keyboards just stop working on them. So they're in their 4th year of use, and so they need to be replaced because of the wear and tear on them. Our teachers are using MacBooks that were purchased in 2022, again with ESSER's money. And the last expected update on the model we have, because we bought the end of that model, will be the 27-28 will be the last of those updates. Our other staff devices, this hadn't happened until we had the ESSER's money, but we bought MacBooks or devices for admin staff, for office staff. We bought OSPs, we bought bookkeepers, data managers, school resource officers, receptionists, maintenance, everybody, because we had those funds. So that was a time when we could replace and refresh everybody's devices, and we did that. That funding is gone, and we kind of, have to get back on the budget. So just wanted to put it out there that those devices are going to go back to departments and schools, replacing the admin devices and the OSP devices and things like that. Our proposed refresh timeline. So in the spring, this coming spring, our hope is to refresh our middle school iPads with something else and our high school student devices with something else for ready to use next school year. And that estimated cost was $4.7 million. Mr. Kubinik mentioned that earlier. And that was proposed on the ADM that we used. I think it was month 2 of last year, so that's changed a little bit like you guys talked about earlier. And that was an estimated cost at about $400 a device. Cost of devices have gone up, and I hear that they're going up again after the new year. I think tariffs are going to kick in again, or new, so those prices will change a little bit. For spring of 2027, our goal is to refresh elementary student devices and the elementary teacher iPads. So that will put them in their 6th year of use. So they're going to be need to be replaced. And then for 2028, our teacher MacBooks will be ready. They'll be at end of life, and they'll need to be replaced as well. So we're trying to get on a cycle because we don't have ESSER's fund to replace for everybody at one time. That's not sustainable. And I think just about every district in the state is running into this right now. So again, we are aligning it with the state strategic plan and again with our district strategic plan. So I'm not going to we talked about that a little bit, but we do want to prepare our students for each next life phase for them. And I don't have to read it all to you, but it's kind of the same things that are up there. We do want to align it with our ISS mission, vision, and strategic plan as well. So with the mission, we're trying to get highly qualified, relevant education, globally competitive citizens in the college and career readiness. We're aligned with the values there, personalized learning, challenging and engaging the student learning opportunities, as well as preparing our students for their future. And again, in the strategic plan. So we did a lot of research in the last year, and so I have reached out to my district, my state level companions, the other district leaders, the technology leaders, and let me see, 37 of them replied back of what they were doing, and of those 37, 2 of them don't use Chromebooks. They use all iPads, K-12. 2 counties. But some of the counties we listed up here, and this isn't all of them, Rowan Salisbury is one of those that uses iPads, and they refresh every 3 years. Burke County, they use Chromebooks, kindergarten through 12th grade, and they're on a cycle which we hope to be on after this first initial refresh phase, to where we can replace a couple grade levels at a time and do a little bit each year, so it's not as much. But we couldn't do that now because, say in a high school, if we refreshed 9th grade, Then we would have our 10th, 11th, and 12th on one device, and our 9th graders on another device. And in any classroom, you may have a mixture of those, and our teachers would just be frazzled if they had different devices in their classroom. Burke County also, we found out, their board passed a resolution to reduce screen time. All these districts are still one-to-one. That's one of the questions that I asked them. But Burke did pass a reduced screen time resolution. Davie County, right up the road here, they also have Chromebooks. They purchase a couple grade levels a year, and then they rotate some of them down to the next grade level, or even from 12th grade goes down to elementary, and they keep theirs for 6 years. When we did our refresh back with COVID, Chromebooks have come a long way. I remember when I started in this and we would talk about Chromebooks at a district or at a state level, they were pretty cheap, but they were replacing them every year. They just didn't last long. They have come a long way, and we're using some Chromebooks now that we've purchased probably before 2020. The battery might not hold up, but it still works. The Chrome OS now will go for 10 years. So if your device will hold up to that, your license is good for 10 years. So that'll lead us into the next part. So we had two options here that we were really looking at and focusing on. And we collected data on this, and that's what our principals are here to share with you. So for middle school and high school, one option that we looked at was to continue to be one-to-one with devices. We have been one-to-one since 2014. That was when we first went one-to-one. That's probably what you were talking about, Ms. Haynes, when you were on the board. Our middle schools already have carts and can keep those devices at school. We left that up to principal's decision. We do have a couple schools who keep them, or maybe one at least, that keep them at school, and then some of them send them home. So they already have that option. Our second option that we looked at was to purchase devices for charging carts and not purchase as many devices, but have classrooms share those devices. This means we would not be one-to-one. So for what we figured, for every 2 classrooms, there would be 1 cart of 30 devices to share. And so we would have shared carts for the high school. We'd have to purchase the carts and the devices at high school. So we sent this out to the instructional leaders in the schools, and they came back with some feedback. So on option 1, the instructional leaders that we asked for feedback were our principals, assistant principals, the instructional leaders in the school, the media coordinators who also serve as our device managers in our schools, which is a really big job. So here's a little bit of what they came back with for the one-to-one. Some pros that they mentioned were that one-to-one does support a personalized learning environment, and it makes differentiation easier when students have their own device. All of our curriculum is online now. We don't have textbooks. It also allows for advanced placement courses. Our EC students have different curriculum that's on devices. Our English or multi-language students, they have curriculum and testing that are on devices. Our AIG students. We do have some elementary students going up to middle school for their classes, and a lot of that is online. Through our learning management system, the students access it through there. And all of our testing is online now. There's not paper and pencil unless, I think if there's an IEP for paper and pencil, they may get that, but all of it is online now. Our student accountability, this was a big pro because the devices are assigned to a specific student, so we can track the damages and who had this device while it was, left on the football field or whatever. We can look and see who that is. It also provides equitable access to all of our students outside of class. So if we kept them at school, the students that don't have a device at home they would be at a disadvantage because they wouldn't have a device. Some cons, because there are some cons to being one-to-one, is the cost, and that's the major barrier there. And the management, if the devices are on carts, the management piece of it, if students don't charge them at home, and when they bring them to school, then that's a barrier that teachers have to deal with on a daily basis. And, there are students who lose some devices occasionally too. And device misuse, we've seen a I think, a reduction of the misuse outside of school because of the filter that we have. You know, students are really, really upset with us that we have YouTube as filtered as we do, but they can't get to all the junk that's out there on YouTube because there's a lot. There's a lot of good stuff, but a lot of bad stuff. So we have it pretty restricted for them. So then we looked at the shared carts. And some pros for the shared carts would be a cost savings because you're not purchasing one device for every one student. So there's a little bit of decrease there. There could be a potential decrease in damages and lost devices because they're kept at school. But there would be less non-instructional use on them too because they would only use them while they're in class. Some cons of shared carts, though, it would be a lot, and this was the main one that we heard, was instructional limitations. Since we have been one-to-one since 2014, our staff and our students are used to that. They need to use devices when other classrooms do. So if we had two sharing and they're working on English at the same time, you know, that they would have to schedule out whose class was going to use those devices. It would make meeting the students' individualized needs a lot more difficult too. And again, we have a lot of online courses, a lot of VIS courses, a lot of virtual public high school courses are taken, and if students didn't take those home, they wouldn't be able to do those courses. There are some logistical concerns as far as handing out and collecting devices. We've run into that at the schools that do keep them at school because who's responsible for that cart? How do you fix a schedule where kids go get it in the morning and drop it back off in the afternoon? There's a lot of nuances with that. And if it gets damaged, who's to say I damaged it because 5 other people used it that day too, so that would be hard to track. Our enhancement and elective courses, we didn't calculate in for those classes. Testing, EOGs and EOCs, you would have to schedule that for those shared carts, and that would be an added difficulty. And there would be additional paper costs and copier costs because every class or every student wouldn't have a device, so they would have to come up with some of those. So we do have some additional feedback. Mr. Roseman was one that filled out our survey, and he had some really good talking points. He couldn't be here tonight, but he'll tell you why he couldn't be here tonight.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Dan Roseman. I am one of the assistant principals at West Iredell High School, and I've been asked to speak to you about the possibility of moving to laptop carts as opposed to a one-on-one. I had hoped to make it in person, but unfortunately, I do have graduate school class tonight, and I am unable to make it. Before becoming an administrator, I was a classroom teacher who was an early champion of Canvas. I served as a Canvas coach who helped teachers improve their instructional practices, with technology. I then went on as a content coach and instructional coach who was very active in that. I've served on the district's AI committee as we are thinking through how to help students learn to navigate AI as part of their instruction. So all that to say, or as part of their learning. So all that to say, I'm very well acquainted with technology and how we're integrating it into our instructional practices. I do have some very real concerns about the possibility of moving to carts as opposed to a one-on-one. There's a variety of concerns. For one thing, teachers are now going to be responsible for distributing and collecting laptops, which puts the liability on them, and it's also an inefficient use of classroom time. That is one of my concerns. The larger concern that I have that I really wanted to take the bulk of my time speaking with you today is what it could potentially do to hurt students who are working on a more rigorous course of study and who do not have access to that technology in their homes. So for instance, I have a daughter who is an IB student at South Iredell High School right now. And she, because she is an IB student in the 11th grade, she's taken a very rigorous course of study. She has a significant amount of homework that she has to do on her computer almost every night. Now, we are in a position where we have a computer at home. My wife has a MacBook Air that she got when she was in school recently and that my daughter would have access to. So if she did not have a computer, she would be okay and she would be able to keep up with her coursework. But there are quite a few students who are taking IB courses, AP courses, Mitchell Community College courses, all of which require a significant amount of work outside of school, using curriculums that are almost universally accessed online or at least on the computer. And if these students come from homes where they do not have access to technology, they do not have the ability to have a computer to work on at home that's provided by the home, we are effectively impeding their ability to take this more rigorous course of study, which means we are making it more difficult for students who are coming from poverty to be able to take more rigorous programs and thereby getting them out of poverty. So my concern is that it is hurting the very students who want to use education as a way to advance themselves. It is preventing them from having the access to those more rigorous course of study, access to be able to do the work that is going to be done online from there. In addition, IB students have to track service hours online. If they do not have a computer to do that on a regular basis, they will not be able to do that. That when they apply for colleges, that's done through Common App, which is done online. This is all related to students who are taking a more rigorous course of study, are trying to advance themselves, and would be effectively unable to be able to do those things and take on those challenges if we move from a one-to-one to a CART system. I do appreciate your time. I know this decision is not made lightly, and I do hope that this information and this perspective is helpful as you make your decision. Thank you very much.
So I also have with me Dr. Parker from Statesville High School, and
Good afternoon.
not Dan, kind of looks like Dan, but not Dan.
Different bald guy.
He can speak to Statesville High School and what they've tried in the past.
So we actually, with the help of Mr. Sinkurick, Jackie, and the curriculum team, we came at it through the lens of we were looking to provide equity. So at a school like Statesville High School, especially, and other schools, which Mr. Sinkurick can also speak to in his previous life, we would typically be around 80% tech fees paid and deployed on a good year. Mr. Sinkurick can tell you he would be around the same number. So that means 2 out of every 10 students would walk in each and every day without a computer. So looking at it from a CART-based system, now every student, when they walk in the door, had access during school hours. That was the lens that we looked at it through. The middle school had their issue. I can tell you from a con savings, I think logistically, I think teachers can figure it out. I think, for me personally as a former math teacher, everybody's assigned a calculator. You're assigned the same slot on a computer cart. It's part of your opening routine. Teachers can figure that out. If you train, and if you set that up as your normal routine, kids will buy in. There is an issue with sharing as far as damages. Yes, it is hard to track which one, especially if you've piecemealed that cart out. But the issue becomes, you have a student in poverty that may not have access, that still, if they providing access, they may or may not bring it. Then you have an advanced student who may or may not have access to it, that may need it for Mitchell, IB, AP. I think the hybrid model just did not work because number one, the school district can't afford to get or purchase 30 computers for a cart for every single student in the building, plus have additional computers available for checkout for students that are taking Mitchell classes and the like with no access. So even trying with their help to run a very hybrid system, and we made it work, testing really wasn't an issue. I think logistically testing becomes an issue depending on what's not distributed versus what's trying to be collected during testing time. But I think, the testing part is not an issue. Paper, I would much rather interact. Half the time, we make adjustments curriculum-wise for students that do not have a device or depending on what their program and individualized needs may be. But that hybrid model was impossible to keep up with. As far as which you have parents that don't want, even in so far out of COVID. Well, Ms. Kern used that computer right before I did. She's, I don't want to use it after she did. It doesn't matter if you Lysol wiped it, Lysol sprayed it, disinfected, gave them gloves and a mask. They still didn't want to use it one after another. That became an issue. Logistically, the issue becomes, are you really providing a level playing field either way? With carts or one-to-one, it still is going to go either way. I do think from a cost perspective and a true equity model, I do agree that a one-to-one would work best. You can, no matter what, ensure that a child has a device when they walk in the door. The other problem becomes, can they access Desmos? That's the game changer for Math 1 and 3. So that being said, I would agree. Mr. Sinkirk and Jackie, last year when we were walked side by side of us when we tried to run that hybrid model out, we finally just kind of punted on it and said, this just isn't going to work. Even with a school that's 80% paid, 80% deployed, we had to go back to one-to-one. It was too difficult to manage, and we had carts by department. We didn't have one for 2 teachers, and it still became impossible to manage. We got a bill for damages because we didn't know who and what. Same problem, I think, happened at the middle school where, so-and-so took a device, had no idea who had it, and at the end of the day, we're running back to put them all back. It creates more of a school-based issue than a device issue. So I'll let Mr. Grace have it.
Dr. Parker, when you say that hybrid model, are you talking the cart?
So we started out with 100%, we wanted to go 100% cart. And the reason why, again, this year we're about 91% paid and about 91% deployed. That's the best it's ever been in 6 years since I've been back. But last year we went to a full cart model. We felt like that was the only way to provide equity for every student, whether they were IB, AP, CCP, or they were walking across the street with an IEP 504. If they were ML, whatever label you wanted to give them. We felt like if we had 30 carts, 30 devices per room, and we got really close. I mean, they bought the carts, they gave us the devices. Like we felt like we had between tech and curriculum instruction, a great model in order to serve every single student. It didn't matter what their label was. Well, it turned out as soon as we tried to roll that out, there was immediate pushback from different areas within our clientele. So then we started to, deploy devices because, Johnny had a Mitchell class. Susie had an AP class. Well, as part of their IEP, they had to have access to a device, and so on and so forth. So the amount of carts and computers continued to shrink. So with the approximately 20% we had left, we tried to make carts out of those. So if 5 kids in Mr. Parker's Math 1 class didn't have devices, now we could level the playing field. Well, if they're taken from a 10 and if they're a cart, maybe we'd have had 10 for math. And we tried to go across the building of, math, science, English, social studies, but even our electives, except for CTE, because there were some labs that they could move around with, everybody had something. We dedicated to our distance learning lab. But that number, as more and more students wanted to deploy a device and wanted to take one home, the amount that would level the playing field continued to shrink. So at some point, even if we wanted to go to carts, you're going to have enough students that are going to want a device deployed for whatever reason, that the amount of carts at 30 per cart is going to quickly shrink to a point where whatever the plan was, it's no longer viable because you just don't have the devices. And at 4.7 million, you could almost double it if you really wanted to ensure every other class, every 2 classes had a cart plus one to deploy. And the other thing I would throw in is, and I put this in my comments, are you going to charge a different fee if the child wants to take it home because you've committed to a $30 tech fee for 30 devices between 2 classrooms? So is there going to be a fee schedule change now? Well, that would also defeat equity depending on which area of the county they're on. It wouldn't matter maybe in the southern end, but in the middle of our district, anything over $30, we would struggle with $50, and we used to have where if they were free and reduced, it was half. So how does that work? Do we really want to play that game again with the fee? So
your hybrid is part of, you had a carts and you also had one-on-one.
We did.
Okay.
And
That's what he was talking about.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Anybody else for me?
Okay.
I'll let Mr. Grace get his 2 cents in.
Okay, I think you want to just keep on going.
All right, Mr.
Keep on going.
All
All right, thank you, everybody. Not to say the same thing that everybody else said, but I do agree with Dr. Parker and Mr. Roseman. I have a son at South Iredell High School taking the IB classes, and what he's got to do, if he didn't have a computer, he'd be fine because we could buy a computer if we needed to at home. But all those other kids that can't do that, they would be suffering. And to lead into that, so just, I don't know if you know this, but NC State, these are actual numbers. NC State in the year 24-25 had 44,043 applicants. They accepted 18,000 of them. So that's a 41% acceptance rate. So it's already hard to get into NC State. Chapel Hill is 66,535 applicants. They've accepted 10,000. So it's a 15% acceptance rate. So it's already impossible to get into those schools. And now what we're asking is to take our high school kids and even going down to the middle school and taking away a device that's going to get them those other 80 million jobs that Kristen was talking about. They're not going to be competitive with other applicants from Rowan or Burke or Caldwell or South Carolina or Virginia. So we can't do that in good faith. And I don't know if you guys have tried to hire a teacher recently. I did. We had 2 applicants. So the pickings are not good. Thankfully, it was one of our student teachers that we ended up recommending to you for our PE position. But over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, as I've been interviewing teachers to take positions, one question that has always come up is, what does the technology look like in your building? And when we say, hey, we have one-to-one devices for kids at elementary, middle, and high schools, their eyes get big and they are excited, like, oh, this is a great place to be. So if we take that away, we're gonna lose those applicants. They're not gonna wanna come to Iredell-Statesville schools. They're gonna go to some of these other places to get a better job, or a job, not a better job, but a job that they're trained for. They're being trained to use all of these devices in this kind of an environment. So lots more that these guys have said that I've already, that I agree with. No need to say it again, but thank you for your time.
Do you have anyone else, Ms. Parker?
No, not as far as speaking to that, but we have a couple more slides, I think. So our proposal is for the 26-27 school year, we would be purchasing in the spring, is to continue to be a one-to-one environment for middle and high schools. Like you've heard all throughout our data, and what all of these guys said was it's essential for equitable access and for our testing. For every type of testing we do is online. So we do have some instructional goals, and Ms. Cooper's here if we want to talk more about that, but we have been providing professional development on purposeful tech integration and continuing blended learning in our district. So when we had the very first rollout of one-to-one for secondary, it was a blended learning approach, which I have an elementary background, so for me in high school and middle school, it's like centers. Blended learning is like centers kind of in an elementary school, so that every student isn't on the device all the time in your class. You may have a group over here, even in high school, working with you on something while this group of kids is doing something on their device and this other group may be doing something else. Post-COVID, well, when COVID happened, all of our instructional materials had to go in the learning management system, which we use Canvas. So when we came back from COVID, all of the teachers' resources were still in Canvas. And we've worked hard, and even at the state level, they're trying to drive everybody back to blended learning. And we talk about this all the time, how they're seeing it more and more. Going back to that blended learning approach where students aren't on the device all the time, because that's a concern of ours. We don't, they're back face to face. We want the teacher teaching, not say, hey, go watch this video and then do whatever about it. So curriculum is working on that. We're encouraging that. The state is encouraging that, and we're going to continue to provide PD on that. So that's our instructional goals. So for our device selection, in the spring we did some surveys. So for middle school, we surveyed the students and the teachers, and the students in middle school, 84% of them opted for Chromebooks versus an iPad without a keyboard. So middle school feels like they need a keyboard. 78% of middle school students say they need a keyboard. 57% of middle school teachers said a Chromebook would work for what they were doing in their classroom. And like I said earlier, the keyboard case for the iPads have been unreliable, and that's been one of our biggest headaches these last 4 years. For high school students, their feedback came back that 36% of them were okay with Chromebooks, 43% liked, which kind of surprised me, liked their Windows laptop because all we hear is negative about it. And 21% said they could do an iPad with no keyboard because it's basically a big phone for them. They're used to doing stuff on their phone, they could do it on an iPad. And we did, I don't know if this is in here or not, but we pilot, or not pilot, but in the summer, our Dells go off to get, well, in the past 3 years they won't this summer. Our high school students that take Mitchell classes or virtual classes, I'm probably forgetting a group, but we would trade them and give them a Chromebook to use over the summer. We literally had students come back to our deployment that we would have over here holding their Chromebook and saying, can I just keep this because I know it works. My testing for Mitchell works on it. Everything seems to work on it. And we, by the time we deployed here, their Mitchell class was still going on, so we would say, keep it, we'll swap it when school starts. High school teachers said Chromebooks would work for what they were doing. We'll see the next one. So some of the things that we considered, like I said, we did a pilot in middle school, and teachers who tried the Chromebooks in their classroom gave it a good feedback and felt that it would be a better option than the iPads. 80% of students said the Chromebook worked well for their learning. They didn't have any issues. Only 29% of them said Chromebooks would not be better for their learning compared to the iPad without keyboards. A technician feedback, and this really has weighed a lot on me because I'm seeing more of how you manage all these types of devices. It's a lot of work. So what we see with every single company, every software company, everything, they cater to a Chromebook first. They make it work, they do their updates. Even our testing browsers work on a Chromebook before it works on anything else. Chromebooks are easier to manage and reset and update. So right now we have to touch every Dell to do the updates and rely on students to do updates and software to do updates, and they just don't. With Chromebook, it's a couple clicks and boom, it goes out to all of them. Chromebooks are more cost effective because they're a little bit more inexpensive than a Windows or definitely an Apple device. Well, they're about the same price as an iPad, but the iPad keyboard cases, we can go on and on about that. And like I said, Windows updates have been a big issue too. Let's see. So our proposal will be that we refresh middle and high school with Chromebooks. So we're looking at the cost of them. We've got all the survey feedback. They're reliable devices. They're the most common educational device across the state. Like I said, of those 37 districts that got back to me on what they were using, all but 2 of them have Chromebooks in their district. A lot of them still have iPads in kindergarten and first grade, but overall, Chromebooks is what they're using. And like I said, the management of the devices for our department would be so much easier because right now we have this to manage our Windows devices, this to manage the iPads. Our filter is supposed to work on all the things the same, but it doesn't. iPads are just, the iPad isn't, the filter works on the iPad, but some of the controls we have, like we might have, for an example, we had chosen in the filter, one of the things we liked about this is we could say students could only log into their Iredell-Statesville email account, Gmail account. On a Chromebook, that works. It stops them from logging into something else. On an iPad, it doesn't. Some of the other things like that don't work on an iPad like they would on a Chromebook. So from our perspective, a Chromebook is going to be the best way for management all around. And I think that's it. Do you guys have any questions? Right now, we're in the writing the RFP and trying to find a partner and which device is the most cost effective and all the bells and whistles we can get with that. So we just wanted to update you on where we were out when we do the RFP and go through all those bids and make a decision. We'll come back to you and you'll vote on approving the purchase or not. But we wanted to give you kind of an update of where we are.
I have a question.
Give me just a second. I'll
Sure.
get to you. Ken Poindexter and I were on that committee. I don't know if you remember back in the day, and Ken would be very happy with your proposal. I don't know if you remember talking to Ken about that. Yeah, Ken knew a lot about this, and I was honored to serve with Ken. He's a good man, and just sad what happened to him. But you know, I remember hearing him and I talking then. We would have discussions, and we said at the time we didn't think Chromebooks were ready, but that's been 4 or 5 years ago. And I think now that Chromebooks are. That's my personal opinion, but Chromebooks have really progressed over time. Of course, technology is cheaper, faster, lighter, and all that stuff, and more reliable. They weren't very reliable about 4 or 5 years ago. They are now. Yeah, it's one-to-one. Not doing one-to-one is hard. The question's always going to be money. And that's going to be probably the biggest issue from the board perspective is going to be money. So I just want to tell you that. When we did it years ago, the question was, the comment was made by the Windows vendor that we could have students doing some of the repair of the devices. Are they doing that? Did we ever implement that?
They are not doing that currently. We can still do that even with the Chromebook. Some of the companies that we've talked to said they have that program, and we would need to work with CTE to get maybe credit for that, or really finding a teacher who would manage a club. If it were a club, that would be a request. So there's some things, some logistics to work out there.
Personally, I would definitely request that whatever we do, my personal request is we actually have kids fixing the devices. I mean, we talked about it then, evidently things happened and it didn't happen. COVID happened. That's what happened. I don't want to say anything else. COVID happened, but we're not COVID now. Having those kids do that, fixing those devices, there's jobs there, and not just jobs. It lets them know they can do a lot of other stuff if they can sit around and just fix a computer. And they may have from a background where their parents didn't show them how to fix anything. And so I really hope we do that again. I'm going to give the board members some questions and comments on it. Those are just my initial thoughts. Ms. Kern.
So this is just going to, right now, be for middle school and high school, not elementary.
Not at this time.
Okay.
Right.
And so your proposal is just to have Chromebooks for middle school and high school?
Yes, if we can afford it. And speaking of afford it, prior to COVID, when we had Apple devices, we had MacBooks before we did this last refresh. They were on a lease purchased with Apple, so they paid a little bit every year. Instead of with the COVID money, we bought everything with the COVID money. So we are planning, even though capital is probably the budget, Adam said, and Mark said it's going to be coming out of capital, we still plan to get on a payment. So it's not $4.7 million all at one time. It'll be stretched out over a couple years.
And if in the event that, budgeting didn't work out, what would you say is the greatest need if you had to break it down?
I go back and forth with that between high school and middle school. And, it changes almost day to day. Like, the updates and the battery life on the Windows laptops for high school are about at their end. Physically, the device might look okay, but internally, the things are just wearing out on it. And then the next day, something may happen on an iPad. I'm like, middle school is where we need to do it. Move those iPads down to elementary and let's replace middle school. So that's why we couldn't really pick one right now. If we have to, financially, we will. And honestly, right now, I'm not sure which it would be, which the greater need would be.
All right. However, the middle school already has iPads, so if we had to keep them on that,
Right.
it's something that they're familiar with.
And that's
correct?
probably where it would fall.
Okay. Just so you know, I'm a fan of the Chromebook. I know they weren't very good when they first came out. My daughters were required to have a Chromebook, and it fell apart. But then we had to replace it, and it was extremely durable, and they still have them today. So they've done a great job improving the Chromebook model. There are testing things that they require to have a Chromebook because a Windows system, they're actually able to circumvent and cheat, where a Chromebook they cannot. And there's a lot more control, as you know, with a Chromebook. So I think that's a great way to go. Of course, being Montessori, I'm not a fan of any devices being in elementary because I think that they can adapt quickly once they get them in middle school because they need to be on hands-on learning. But I understand that with the COVID, we had to have something for them, so I get that. But that's my opinion on it.
Anyone else? Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think when I hear Dr. Parker and you talk about high school, the high school environment, and I get that's the course instruction is going to be more challenging, and so I can understand your argument for the one-on-one device, because I'm trying to think when I was in high school, we didn't have computers, but probably would have wanted one, right? But my concern really is in the K through 6 arena, in that, I mean, I'm not a teacher. I'm not a professional educator, so what I've learned recently is from others who are. And when we're talking about screen addiction, and we're talking about electronic individualized, personalized learning, that makes me cringe, because Dr. Carteris describes in here a situation for a third grade class where the kids are going to do a reading assignment and they're passed out their iPads. And as that goes, you have a few kids that are doing the assignment. Other kids are starting to fidget and tap their feet and squirm in their seat. And then you have a bunch of other kids who are just doing something else. And then the teacher goes to take away the iPads, and kids start acting out because they're going in withdrawal. And they're abusive, they're destructive. And according to Dr. Carteris, he says that the introduction of digital learning or electronic devices at an earlier age doesn't prove that that child will develop academic success or achievement because of that. For example, do you want your 8-year-old driving your Cadillac Escalade? No. They don't need to know it at 8 years old, but when they get older, they can learn to do that. So you mentioned the Burke County resolution, which I happen to bring a copy, and I would pass it out to the rest of the board. I do see the place, of course, with technology in the classroom. I do see a place for reducing the dependency on the electronics in the classroom, especially, I think, in my mind, from K through 6. But even in the upper grades, middle, upper, and high school, teacher-led instruction, direct teacher-led instruction, the science of learning, where the teachers, whether the Socratic method or other sort of techniques, that's proven, according to these experts, those means of education prove greater retention than through electronic devices, and that's a concern with me. We force these kids onto these devices, and you talked about teachers. You're hiring teachers, and they say, "Oh, you're one-to-one, great. I want to work for you." Well, I don't want teachers that say, "Here's your iPad. Go sit in the corner and let me know if you got a problem with the lesson." And they're plunking away. And they're plunking away, and they don't even know if they got the answer right. They're just doing that. And that situation I mentioned that's in his book about the third grade kids who basically went into withdrawal. Recently, someone that I know who volunteers in the classroom, totally in a side conversation somewhere, that person told me the exact same thing that he or she witnessed in the classroom. I'm going like, wow. So I do support technology in the classroom. I don't think it's needed at the earlier age that we're pushing it. When I see kids with iPads and headphones and they're all sitting there with their headphones on in a classroom, I'm not sure. That doesn't seem right to me. That's the kind of learning environment that where the direct teacher-led instruction, that's especially for those early grades. And then one of the last points I'll make is I know these educational programs that we're using are like games. Well, the gaming industry has hooked kids on games, and that's creating screen addiction, and it's creating all kinds of other mental health stressors, something called the Tetris effect, where kids basically are so overstimulated through these electronic devices, and that when they're stopped using them, they're still thinking they're in that environment. They're still living the game outside of the game, and it's just according to these other that I've read, it's very, very unhealthy. So I hope we as a board could think about working with you all to at least put forth maybe a policy measure, maybe a resolution, but just to encourage the teachers not to use technology as a crutch, because I don't think that's healthy for our kids, especially call it in the K, maybe sixth grades. And I guess the last point I'd like to make, Ms. Parker, is the iPads are still able to get to sexually explicit materials, even with the filters that you say we have. I'll give you a handout after the meeting. I've been holding on to it for about a year. Two parents gave me photos and put together documentation to show that their kids are accessing sexually explicit, age-inappropriate materials on their iPads.
Did they let us know about that? Because if we ever hear about it, you can ask another parent.
I know there was a different parent last school year. His son came home with naked pictures of, I guess, women on his iPad.
They were bikini pictures, yeah. I mean, not that that's any better, but
Right.
that's what it was.
So,
I think we need to stay on topic of the device.
so
for
I'll
high
give you
school.
this handout that maybe you can look at to see if maybe that's been fixed or whatever, but I guess that's what I wanted to say about really the digital learning environment, especially with the K through 6. I would hope we could do more than just, we need to lessen the dependency on it.
Right, and we don't disagree with that. We don't want the device to be the teacher. We want it to be a tool that's used in the classroom, but not to replace the teacher or any of instruction that's happening. We just want it to be a tool that's used for certain lessons or to create something and then put it away, and we're going back to this, and then maybe we'll pick it up later and use it and then put it back.
Right.
But
Right.
in one-to-one, everybody would have their own, so
Right.
we wouldn't have to.
Right. And I wish our state legislature could address screen addiction as an epidemic and actually do something more to promote more pen and paper, direct teacher-led instruction in the classroom. I believe in that. Thank you.
I just want to make sure we understand, this is middle school and high school.
This one is, and we'll have a whole nother discussion when it comes to.
Yeah, when it comes to elementary school, I'll be a different discussion on that. And the way we would be taking the middle school on your initial proposal is we would take the iPads that the middle school was using and basically supplement the extension of life of the iPads at the elementary school. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's trying to be cost effective and good stewards of the money. So I think Ms. Sloan, you had a comment.
I got a question, but I don't think it
Okay.
can be answered. So my question would be, how much would the students suffer or benefit with no computer until the 11th grade?
Yeah, have at it.
I'll take that one. Our students are required to take their end of grade tests online, whether it's their end of grade tests or their end course tests starting in 3rd grade. I'll be the first person to tell you I don't particularly love giving kids long passages to read on a computer or on an iPad for pages on pages and answer questions, but that's the state of where we are in North Carolina at this point and have been for several years. I believe Dr. James was actually a principal here when we went to the online testing, and I begged Dr. Taylor back in the day, I said, please take us off of online testing. I want to go back to paper and pencil because our kids' scores have gone down since we went to online. So she allowed us to go back to paper and pencil. Then the state took that ability away from us. So essentially, if we don't have that in 3rd through 8th grade, or even up until high school, number one, we've got Desmos, like Dr. Parker talked about, that we use for mathematics. That is part of what they can use on the test. That's a calculator that they use on tests. It's like basically an online graphing calculator. For reading, our kids have to read passages online, and I will tell you there's research that shows, because I read as much research as you guys do, there's research that shows that when you read online that you don't read deeply, that most people scan. Once I read some of that research, I started watching myself, whether it was on my cell phone reading news or whether it was on my iPad reading a book. And I realized I don't read as deeply as I do when I have that book in my hand. However, their test is going to be on an iPad or on the computer. And if we don't practice with them, they're not going to know how to do that. Because even back in our day when we had paper pencil, our teachers would practice with us with highlighting, numbering paragraphs, doing all these things. We have to teach our kids digitally with that now so that they understand how to highlight, how to be able to note things. And I will say that even when I did my postgraduate work at Liberty, one of the things I did was I would purchase mine on my iPad. I purchased a lot of digital books, and I found that I actually preferred that after a while because I could put my notes in, I could go in and I could search if there was something that Ronald Reagan said. At one point, I could go in and search, what did he say when he was in the White House about blah, blah. And it would pull it straight up into my iPad to where I could go in, and as I was citing sources in my books or citing sources in my papers, it was really easy for me to find. So I don't want to cripple our kids by not giving them what they're tested on. That's where it would really hurt them. We are also able to, when we talk about individualized education, if we have a student who is advanced, who needs a little bit extra, there are things that our teachers in those centers can do for those kids, as well as our kids who need additional repetition or work with a concept while the teacher's working with a small group. So we do encourage our teachers, pull your kids in small groups, work with them together. And I will tell you that over the past 2 years, we've started seeing a lot more teacher engagement in classrooms. They've heard me bragging nonstop. I'll give you one example. I went to South Iredell High School, and they didn't always coming and walkthroughs with the coach in every single classroom we went into, and we went into a bunch. We walked probably 30 classrooms that day. Every classroom we went into, the teachers were up, they were engaged and working with the kids. There was nobody just sitting on devices. Now, did the kids have devices open throughout the lesson? Yes, because they were responding as the teacher would stop. She was modeling for them, or they were modeling problems on the board, then the students were working together with them. So I feel like that they've done a lot better job. We had to get out of the COVID thing where, like she said, we had everything online, and it was like, okay, your stuff's there, have at it, and let me know if you need me. As to, they've gone back to really coaching and teaching and working on that art of teaching. So I think we would really harm our kids if they didn't have access to the technology, just for the sheer fact that's how they're tested all the way through college now. And I will even say I have a son who was in postgraduate work at NC State, where Chris talked about, and he was taking a course called Calculus for Engineers and Scientists. And while they were there, they talked to them about, here's a program that you're going to use. Here are things. We used to do this by hand, but we teach people now, use your tools you have. So a lot of things that we did initially where we were doing a lot of things by hand, now they're encouraging our students, even at the collegiate level, use the tools you have available.
Does that answer your question? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Haynes.
Okay, I'm just thinking outside the box. I'm not, don't shoot me. But I remember when my oldest daughter went to college, and I fretted over that, and we had to buy her a Apple laptop. And, you know, that was a lot, in addition to the tuition, the room and board, and all that stuff. And I remember when we got that first big grant, Lake Norman High School was not part of that. The grant did not cover Lake Norman High School because of their economic levels. So I'm just going to say it, I'll probably wreak, but what if parents, what about students who are going to a choice school? Some of them have to provide transportation. Some of them have to, provide uniforms. Is that something that, students going to specialty schools would maybe want to buy, the parents would want to buy their device for them if ISS would, put the filters on and, well, I would want to buy mine and use it, especially the 4 years of high school, not middle school. I'm throwing this out there. Are there some group of parents that may want to do, to buy so their child can get used to this Chromebook, and then by the time they leave home, so that would be a reduction in what the district would have to purchase. The other thing is, I hope you've got a plan B and a plan C, because we've got a lot of things we've got to discern and think about.
So speaking to parents providing devices for their students, that used to be called, and I know you don't like acronyms, BYOD, bring your own device. Okay. D as in dog, device, not. And our environment, our network is not set up for that right now. So I'm thinking of the logistical management pieces of it. So right now, for example, if we encourage or we ask all of our schools to purchase their technology through us, because when they do, it automatically gets enrolled in our management systems. If individuals were to purchase devices, we wouldn't have them in our management systems, and we couldn't install the filter on there. If you purchased a device, you're not going to let me manage it and restrict it and all those kind of things. Well, you're probably a rarity in that case. But so the device wouldn't be filtered or managed and all those things. We also, updates are an issue, viruses come in when devices aren't updated and all those kind of things. There's a lot to think about, and I think that's why a lot of districts don't do BYODs, not even a thing anymore. But that's something to consider. But then I also think about the equity piece, because at any given school, you have some who can afford it and some who can't. And so what do you do for the ones who can? And what's the qualifier of you can, you can't, we'll give you one, but not you because you can afford it, There's a lot of things to think through with that, but we can certainly keep investigating that.
Jackie, I think we've had a request from the board to have a quick break, so we'll do a 5-minute break, and then I'll call the board back in session. I'm not going to gavel us out, just take a 5-minute break, and then if there's any remaining questions from ones that haven't asked, we'll get those, and we'll do a quick one around one more time, just quick, because we need to kind of expedite things. Okay. Thank you. No, there it goes. All right. If the board members can come up, I know Mr. Sloan's still there. I'll give him a minute, and we'll ask a couple, we'll finish up on this. Hopefully, you, Ms. Parker, you're not developing any blood clots from standing up as much as you are.
Actually, I said my watch hasn't told me to stand up in the last little while, so that's pretty good.
Okay. So, I know some of the board members are speaking. Any board members that haven't spoke want to speak on this? Okay. All right. I guess my comments, I've said a few as we went along, but I guess my comments are going to be, because I was especially involved at the first. I like trying to save money with the elementary, postpone elementary as long as we can. I have, Mr. Poindexter and I went through a lot of stuff on trying to figure out how to do it without doing one-on-one. And you come back to either security, and how do you know what's on the device and what they're accessing the device, or you have some kids with better devices than others, and some kids not having a device than others. And it goes back to those two. So without having, currently, you could argue, well, they all have phones, but there's stuff you can't do on phones. And I don't even want to get into talking about phones. That's a personal thing. You can't. Yeah. So, yeah, you can't only at lunch. No, they can't have Matt anyway for it. But, you know, it's a tough one. I do agree having multiple plans, because it's going to come down on our side to money. And, you know, the money to do this, and if we do this here, we're going to have to cut something there. And that's going to be tough, you know, robbing Peter to pay Paul, whatever euphemism you want to use. I think it may come down to, I like Chromebooks. They're a cheaper alternative. I know you want to, and see, then you go in, well, how do you spec out a Chromebook? Do you do 12 gig of RAM? Do you do 18 gig? Or with the Chrome, you only need 4. But then you got to project 4 years. What's the lifetime of these Chromebooks going to be, 4 or 5 years?
The operating system will go 10.
Right.
So it depends on the device you get. And we've gotten samples, we've looked at them. We've bought a couple to test out and take apart and see. So we're trying to find the most durable one that we can.
I mean,
Not the cheapest, but the most durable. That'll last us a longer time.
I still use laptops at my house. I mean, I just max them out with memory and stuff to use as long as possible. You know, I've got 10-year-old laptops I'm still using. The issue is, you know, can you use things that you would download or programs at that point? So you have to kind of project up to that point, because 2 gig of RAM right now, some things just can't run.
Right.
So speccing them out is going to be a big part of it, especially from a cost. So if we do one-on-one, you know, part of me goes spec them as minimal as possible if you possibly can. Are you looking at, I assume you're looking at SSDs for them?
We are. So we have some specs that we're looking at, and we're getting ready to write the RFP.
I know I'm getting in the weeds here, but
Yeah, and I can go into some of that if you want to. I don't have it all right here with me
I understand.
tonight, but we are looking at
SSDs are more reliable, but they're a little bit more expensive up front, and so
screen size.
becomes an issue. That's a cost driver. SSD are solid state drives, so basically, as opposed to having flash memory for a hard drive, kind of like you plug into the USB, using effectively those, but it's built in inside internally for hard drives. Hard drives are notorious for breaking down and losing everything, and so, but they're a little more expensive, but they're a lot cheaper than they used to be. They're a lot cheaper than they used to be. You know, minimal memory, you know, and that's going to be part of those plans, those tiers, from a cost driver on that. That's and then of course, vendor Chromebooks are not just made by Google; they're made by multiple vendors. So how do you know which works? And then, fewer moving parts as possible, but you know that. I guess just have multiple solutions for us to consider. That's all I can ask. And again, on this, I don't envy you as well. So thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for having the principals come up. Unless there's anything else, anybody wants a second swat at Mr. Ms. Parker, just quickly, just stay on the topic.
It used to be that Microsoft was the evil empire, but really Google is. What do we give up from using the Google computers and the Google applications and ecosystem from a privacy tracking, all that with our kids? What are we giving up?
So we have the Google for Education instance, so we manage everything and our email and our drive and everything stays in ours, so it's not out there for everybody. Is that kind of what you're asking, or?
Well, I mean, does Google basically scan every email you send and everything you store somewhere, and they're using that data in some nefarious way, and they're tracking where your kids are?
And they're listening to us talk right now. My watch probably is.
Right, I mean,
all of that is happening. I mean, thank you, AI, yeah.
Quit listening a while ago.
No, I didn't hear what you said, it's okay.
So,
Wondering if there's something that we know that we're sacrificing or we're giving up from a privacy standpoint.
Not that I'm aware of.
can I?
Yes.
Can you lateral to me?
Yes.
So federal law has certain restrictions on what technology companies, platform-based companies can do with minors. And so long as Google is following that, then they might be tracking that, but they can't sell it for commercial purposes or anything like that. I assume that's what you kind of refer to as part of what you refer to as nefarious activity, Mr. Kubinik. But I do know that more and more Google is pressing school systems to get parent permission to allow them to go further. And so we kind of constantly scrutinize and look at those permission forms that they ask us to give parents, and we do our very best to kind of make sure that we are still following federal law that would prevent Google from using that information for commercial purposes or selling that information. It doesn't mean that they aren't doing that. It just means that the federal law would prevent them from doing something like that. But we do look at that pretty regularly, and I know Jackie or Dr. Parker and her colleagues all over the state talk about those same things because we've had some recent changes to some of the permission forms that Google sent, and we've kind of pushed back on some of those.
Right, and we do have our state requires us to go through a very rigorous data privacy procedure or process whenever we approve software, so nobody here likes it, because every time they want to purchase a software, they have to ask for approval, and we have to go through the data privacy things, and do they do updates? What do they do with the data? Are they going to delete it after they're finished with it? You know, all those things, and they have to meet all these requirements before we even approve them. So Google's one of those two that the state has handled.
Okay. That did generate one question for me. I'll ask, but I'll finish. Anyone else? Okay, just quickly. Google's operating system is Linux, basically, and Samsung has their own. There's multiple versions of Linux. With Chromebooks, is it only Google's based Linux operating system, or is it other ones? Samsung's got their own version. Linux is open source. So, are there other vendors within that may have a lower cost driver?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I do. We'll look into that and see.
Okay.
I'm not sure. The ones that we're looking at, I don't believe so, but I will look into that.
Because Chromebooks effectively come from Chrome. That's the browser, but Linux is open source, and that's the basis for that. So anyone can write code for, as long as you have the hardware to go with it. Just look at that and see if maybe that's a lower cost driver. All right, next. I'm sorry, Ms. Parker.
Me again.
Yep. Proposed policy revisions. First reading, policy 3225/4312/7320, technology responsible use.
So this one should be a little bit easier. The only things that we're adding to this are recommendations from the state board. They add language in subsection B1 regarding district-provided hotspots, Wi-Fi hotspots, and it updates some legal references to the end of it.
Any board members have questions or comments for Jackie on this policy, proposed policy revision?
Do we have a problem? Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
And I'll get you, Ms. Kubik, after that. Go ahead, Ms. Haynes.
the red lettering, do we have an issue with that in our district? of outsiders tapping into our Wi-Fi spot?
No, this is talking about for students that don't have Wi-Fi at home, and we can issue them a Wi-Fi hotspot to take home so they have internet at home.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kubinick?
Ms. Parker, I noticed that, so we have to do internet safety online training for our students, and I would encourage the school district to take a look at some of the resources that Screen Strong has available on screen addiction. They have some resources for teachers and students dealing with, excessive computer and screen use, online violent gaming, pornography, other social mental health stressors that are associated with being in front of a computer screen. So I would encourage you to take a look at that, because you could use those materials to supplement whatever you're already doing, and they've got some really good stuff.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, this is the first reading. We'll revisit it again at the board meeting, then we'll set a month. We'll do a second reading, and I think after second reading, we'll do a vote. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda, Policy 10, Proposed Policy Revisions. Dr. LeVar Mazel, hopefully you're awake now. Policy 5070 / 7350, Public Records, Retention, Release, and Disposition.
Yes, sir. Chairman Knight, I'm bringing to you that policy for first reading. And in this policy, it updates the description of the public records information in employee personnel files in accordance with the change to the state law.
And this was recommended by the North Carolina School Board Association?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Any questions, comments anyone has for Dr. Mazel concerning this policy and proposed revision? Go ahead, Mr. Sloan.
It changes to satisfy state law? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone else? Hearing none. Dr. Mazel, Part B, Policy 7100, Recruitment and Selection of Personnel.
Yes, sir. I'm bringing to you for first reading, Policy 7100. It adds the statutory information about criminal history checks. It reorganizes Section C, and it updates the legal references and adds footnotes.
Okay. And again, this is from state law change, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is from state law change and guidance issued by the School Board Association regarding state law change. Any questions, comments, anyone? Ms. Haynes? Go ahead.
Dr. Mazel, regarding volunteers, such as parents going on field trips, do we do criminal background checks on those volunteers?
Yes, we do.
And how often? Before every event, but every year?
So we do, on the first trip of the year, Dr. Berry, every year.
Every year. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Mazel, I didn't see it in this policy, and I couldn't find it in another policy, but where does it say that when we're hiring someone, that we need to check their ability for their authorization to work in the United States? So we don't ever run into a problem like occurred in Iowa.
Yeah, it should be in there. Hold on a second. Should be something about where we do the e-verify.
I couldn't see any requirement for that in the policy.
And as a public employer, we're required to do e-verify anyway. So and I get Dr. Mazel, we got all employees going through e-verify, which is a federal system that checks citizenship status. So it may not be, yeah. We've got it in some of the contracts with the board policies for other, because we require our contractors to go through e-verify too. But it does not appear to be in the 7,000 series under personnel, but we are required to do it and do it.
Second question I had was maybe for the board attorney. On the first page of the policy in paragraph A, that second paragraph, does that need to be changed in any way regarding recent changes in law or
Sure.
executive order?
You're talking about the paragraph on diversity. So
Yes,
this
sir.
is kind of one of the highlighted paragraphs that we highlighted in our memorandum to districts about you all may want to consider changing this. I don't necessarily think it's legally required for you to change this because it doesn't indicate that you're using any prohibitive factors in the hiring process. Rather, it's just talking about you are committed to diversity throughout programs and practices of the school system, and your recruitment and employment will try to fulfill that goal. But you're not necessarily, so diversity kind of has a broad definition there. But you are certainly welcome, I think, as a board to reconsider that provision if that's what you'd like to do, and either, amend it, strike it, or leave it in.
All right. Any other questions for Dr. Mazzell on this policy? Again, this is a first reading. We'll do a second reading next month. We'll revisit it again at the meeting in a week. And then we will go from there to after the second reading, then we'll vote on it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Adam Steele, Policy 7820, Personnel Files.
Yes, so this is a first reading on Policy 7820, Personnel Files. It updates the description and subsection F1 of the public record information and employee personnel files as required by state law. And then it creates a new section, G, regarding information about central office employees that must be posted online. And then it adds footnotes.
And this is, I guess, by state law changes as well.
Correct.
So any comments from board members regarding this for Dr. Steele, Mr. Adam Steele? He'll be a doctor one day. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Is this information, this new information already on our website?
It is.
Where would it be?
It's under finance, under required information.
Okay, thanks.
It's called session law something. Can't remember.
Anyone else? All right. Again, we'll discuss this at the next meeting. Then next month will come up for second reading at the board meeting, and then it will be a voting item. You have anything else, Mr. Steele?
That's it.
All right. Thank you very much. And so, last thing we have before announcements, adjournment of meeting, and Mr. Mark Shankurik, which is we're all waiting with bated breath about the Parkertown Elementary update. The Parkertown Penguins. Is that what we're going to call them now?
Penguins, porcupines.
Porcupines, platypuses.
Yeah, lots of them. Good evening, Chairman Knight, members of the board, Dr. James. I'm here to give you an update on the elementary school, Parkertown Elementary School. I think sometimes when you're building that high school and the ground's moving and the building's going up, that everyone thinks that we're behind schedule or we're not where we need to be with the elementary school, but it's exactly the opposite. So I'm joined today by Chad Webb, Vice President with J.M. Cope, who's assisting us with this project, and Stephanie Fernandez-Fowler with ADW Architect. And we're going to give you a little rundown of where we're at with the project and be here to ask any questions there. So here's the estimate of probable costs. You know that we've been working with a construction manager at risk process for this project, which is a little bit different for our school district. And so, essentially, we have a design team and a construction manager that work tandem with us as we're designing the school and getting towards construction. The school is outfitted for 720 students with a 900 core. And we are still remaining within budget on the project right here. You'll see up here the graphic. We are moving towards having a GMP that we hope to have probably around January. We'll be actually going to break the GMP into 2 GMPs. That's a guaranteed maximum price. We'll do an early GMP, GMP1 we'll call it, in January for the work that needs to be done to kind of get us started, to meet the timeline, to help with for budget reasons, and then a later GMP2 probably in March and April when we look to move some dirt around then. So that is the second one. So we'll probably come to the board back in January with an additional update on where the project stands at that time. The anticipated GMP for this project is just short of $46 million. That is the construction cost for the project, and it includes the site package, the building site and off-site packages, which includes like utilities to the school there. And then there's additional owner cost, around $6.2 million. This is things like the playground and FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment that go into the school. Books for the media center, data to the school, to run internet, and safety and security measures. Those types of things are all included in owner cost for the project. As we get more along with the project and the design advances, we get more detailed in that design. And so we constantly are looking at having third-party cost estimators as well as estimators with J.M. Cope to kind of fine-tune that number to make sure that we're within budget, which is, again, I will say on a side note, is one of the advantages that I've really grown to like with a CMAR process here is the transparency, and you always kind of maintain and stay within budget. So with that, we'll also have to do some off-site work, which will be things that we will get reimbursement for, reimbursable costs. That's primarily for the improvement, the road improvements, the signaling that will have to occur out on the corner of Parkertown Road and Highway 21. We've had a traffic impact analysis that was recently completed in the last few months, and we've been looking at that to work with DOT to see what's going to be required of us to do there. We pay for that up front, and then DOT will reimburse us after that project is completed. So at the very end of that, after that reimbursement is done, we are just short of $50 million. The county has allocated $52 million to the project. So after that reimbursable portion there, we're going to be under budget. You can see the floor plan. I think we've shared this with you before to see the school there. That you could see that front entrance there has the main office. To the left is the gym area there. Behind the gym is the cafeteria, and you can see the wings of the school. Most of those core classrooms, like the media center and some of the enhancement or elective courses, are in that center area there. 3 through 5 are in the kind of that long hallway stretch there. The top portion there are the larger K1 classrooms that include the bathrooms in there. So in the next slide, you'll see a couple of visual renderings. This is the front entrance of Parkertown Elementary. And this is an interior view here. That's the door there that goes out to the front there of the school. And then in the next slide here, we actually have, we have a project schedule overview. This is an overview that we shared with you in the summer, and I'm proud to say that we have not moved from this schedule. Schedule remains what we've said there because Dr. Knight threatened me not to move off of this schedule. So
Bean sandwiches are in your future.
all right.
If it doesn't happen,
So
just let you know.
remain in that. That's the same slide that we provided you in the summer, with the exception that we changed it to green and purple because those are the school colors for Parkertown Elementary. We have not selected a school mascot. We will definitely use the community to help us select a mascot with it. But all of this remains the same, hoping to really start construction in late winter, early spring. All right, and so now I'm going to show you a little animation of Parkertown. Also wanted to update you on a few additional items here, really kind of outside the construction conversation here, as we're continuing to work on our redistricting timeline, not just for Parkertown, but also for Weathers Creek High School. We plan to have, hopefully to you in January, is an update with potential attendance zones for Parkertown and Weathers Creek, so that you can review those. Now, we did expand what we were doing in our original scope there to include a broader look at attendance zones for elementary schools outside of just, a few southern elementary schools. We also looked in try to balance some crowding issues that we had in the eastern part of the county and some other schools there. And so that's taken a little bit longer in the process, but, it's a process that we just want to do one time and want to make sure that we get it right. In February, we hope to host some open houses, or I kind of like to call them maybe town halls, to gather public feedback on those proposed school boundaries for the new elementary and the new high school. And we hope by the summer, we'll be able to have a finalized attendance zones for not just our new schools, but like I said, a few additional schools within the county to assist with overcrowding. Also, another piece, it's not just the school that needs to be built. There's a lot of other logistical, operational items that need to be addressed when you build a new school. Some of the fun things like mascots, logo, branding, communication. I have been talking with Jana Jonas, our PIO, on that plan, on getting the community's input, so we hope to gear that up pretty soon. We're also going to need to look at staffing and hiring. Principal selection will obviously need to be done well ahead of when the school is set to be open. Look at possible transfer processes. It's addressing overcrowding of schools, and students from some of the neighboring elementary schools will attend Parkertown Elementary. So naturally, we're going to have to move staff from some of those schools to Parkertown. So what will that process look like, and how does that play out is something that we'll need to start thinking about that really soon. Other items is the transportation routes for the school. We've been working with our transportation department, our director of transportation and assistant director there to look at how routing makes most sense for this school, and that's a large part of why the redistricting process has included his input as well. And then there's the FF&E orders and things that need to happen there, technology, safety and security plans. So a lot of logistical operational items that are kind of happening or are going to be starting to happen here really soon. So in conclusion, in short, we've all been here a long time tonight, but I will say Parkertown is I've got a great team assisting us. We are on time and within our budget. We've overcame a few difficult processes and kind of some barriers as any new school would encounter, but we continue to work through those things, and I'm confident that we'll have a school opened in August 2027 that we can all be proud of.
So, Mr. Shinkirik, you know what I'm going to say? It's got to be done by when? August 2027, right? So I teach, one of the things I teach is senior design, and within senior design course, they have to do project management. And one of the things I have them tell them is, what are the showstoppers and what are the off-ramps? And I see you shaking your head. You know exactly what my question is. I'm seeing March to 2026, August 2027 is the build time. Also, I see permitting, design and permitting. Design's pretty much done. Permitting, so those, to me, permitting is a showstopper, and then possible weather and other things with, and of course, construction materials and stuff like that are possible showstoppers. Talk to me about permitting showstoppers, construction showstoppers, and off-ramps for that, please.
So let's look at it two different ways. Okay. Yeah, so good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
So I'm going to approach it two different ways. One, the first phase we talk about is the early site procurement phase. That's allowing us to get in front of some of the state-required permitting with DEQ, erosion control. So what that's allowing us to do is at least get the work started on the front end, grading permits, things like that. The second piece of that phase one early site procurement package is allowing us to go ahead and also procure some of the long lead items like switchgear, the main panel boards, the generators. Those are the things that we know we can control, given that switchgear may have a 15, 16, maybe even longer lead time on it. We're procuring it up front and housing that equipment till when we're ready in position to turn power on. So I think we're doing everything from a due diligence standpoint to manage that front end on the schedule. We know coming out of the winter, early March, as Mark said, we want to start breaking ground. So we want to be shovel ready, right? At least with the early site procurement, whether that's utilities, whether that is grading, earthwork, storm drainage. We're going to have all that work planned and prepared and procured, as soon as we come back from the holidays. So that's our intent, is to break ground early March. We'll present a early GMP package to you guys around January of next year. And then what that's also going to allow us is to make sure that we continue to work hand in hand with the design team, making sure that we still stay on budget, right? That we're maximizing the budget and the program through the final, let's call it 65% of design. I think we're trying to be very intentional. The right word is prudent in my world as a construction manager. I think we're at least going about it of recognizing there's going to be weather days, but that's the reason why we've done the early site package. And we've said this all along. When I stood in here back in January of this year, I looked at the people on this panel, and I've built probably 25, 30 schools in the last 20-some years. And it's going to be a 16, 17-month duration. So that's why we've pushed and worked with the design team and the school district for these two phases. And hopefully it's mitigating the risk on the front end and on the back end. So when we get to the end of this project, in June, July of next year, it's not a fire drill, which there'll be challenges, not make light of that. It's a school, and there's always challenges with that. But I think we've been pretty proactive. Again, we feel good where we're at. We've done a couple community outreaches with our site contractors and some of the electrical contractors for the procurement phase for this early GMP 1. We feel like there's good participation. There's excitement in the community for it. So we'll continue to get the word out, encourage our trade partners to be a part of this project when we set the final GMP in April of next year. So hopefully I answered your question.
Yeah, risk mitigation is really, of course, what I'm addressing more than anything else. And I just want to, and I know you guys, that's part of what we pay you to do.
That's right.
It's to make sure it happens on time, at budget and on time or under budget if we can.
Yep.
I am going to be a nervous Nelly about this because we got this and Weathers Creek going on. We got redistricting. It's a have to. It's a have to case. And, the community's depending on us. And so I will keep reiterating and hope I'm going to be a broken record on this, but we have you doing it for a reason. And so I'll shake your hand and slap you on the back when you get it done.
Well, we look forward to that. Again, that's next summer.
Yeah.
But, I think also we're very intentional how we pre-qualify our subcontractors, right? And knowing that there's another project in the district, making sure that they can not only financially take on that work and also have the responsibility and competencies to perform that work. So, I think there are two different approaches, what you have currently at the high school and with the elementary school. Sticks and bricks are pretty much the same, but the approach is two different approaches given what we're doing now currently with the design team and also the procurement and managing that on the front end.
But you feel comfortable very much?
We're totally comfortable.
Good.
Right.
Thank you.
There will be challenges.
Oh, of course.
Right, but you plan to execute everything on the front end. That's how you succeed on the jobs, is on the front end, not the back end.
Yeah, of course. You don't want to be, it's the old Stephen Covey, proactive versus reactive.
There you go.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Sloan.
Yes. You might not know it, but our board chair is a rocket scientist. He tells us that pretty regularly.
No, I don't.
Well, I'm a licensed North Carolina general contractor, been getting paid to drive nails since I was 19 years old, and there's something here that I want you to work on.
Yes, sir.
I give out estimates or quotes. I usually make more off a quote than I do an estimate, but you've got an estimate of probable cause. That's two indefinite words in the first sentence. We need to narrow that down to an estimate. or a quote.
Right.
Our chairman here is going to keep an eye on the timeline. I'm going to keep an eye on what you say it's going to cost and what it costs.
Sure. And again, this is all open book, right? We open book everything with you, the design team. So every dollar that is spent will be accounted for. Again, this is an open book approach here. When we set that first guaranteed maximum price, you'll have a copy of every bid. Our general conditions has a very detailed breakdown. Sitting here with your board attorney, in which we went through the contract, it's all open book, right? There's no hidden costs.
And you all will approve the guaranteed maximum price?
That's right.
That'll come back to you for approval.
I've just never seen a estimate of probable cost, because either one of the words would have been sufficient without both of them.
Right. Understand.
Yeah.
But again, if you ever have questions, that's why we're here.
Are you good? All right, anyone else?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So I'm really interested in the playground. That, you said that will be included, right, in that 6.2 million? Now, are you planning on one playground, or are you like a smaller one for the littler kids and then another bigger one for the bigger kids like me?
I'll take that one. Yes, so there will be, I don't know if you can go back to the program because it might help visually, but there will be two separate playgrounds, one for the K to 1 grades and then one for the 2nd to 5th grades. So when you're looking at the plan, like Mark said earlier, that long bar is that 2nd to 5th grade grades, and then the one that goes straight north angle is the K to 1. So to the right of that is going to be the 2 to 5, and then to the left of it, it will be the K to 1. And both of them have access to it from the corridor.
Thank you. If you need anyone to do some testing, call.
You got to meet the height requirement.
Yeah.
All right, we've been here way too long. Anyone else? Hearing nothing else, thank you very much for the update. Thank you very much for the update. All right, next is closed session if necessary. I see no reason to go into closed session. Dr. James, Superintendent, do you have any quick announcements or you want to make tonight? And I've got one or two announcements I'll make.
Just a reminder that we've had quite a few things going on. It's that time of year. Friday will be the 41st Veterans Day ceremony at West Iredell. And even though it's at West Iredell, it's really an Iredell County ceremony. And they're expecting anywhere from 600 to 800 people. So for veterans and their families, it's definitely about you, and you will get fed after the program is over. It generally lasts about an hour. So again, and I think with this year we have some platoons coming in from out of district to join us in it. So it has turned into a rather large event. This is the 41st event of that nature.
So we have our next meeting, just want to announce that's at, of course, November 10th at 4 o'clock. We'll go into open session, then we'll do the agenda, and then we'll go into closed session, we'll come back at 6. That will be our regular board meeting. Also, November 4th tomorrow is voting day in Statesville and Mooresville municipal elections. So if you reside in Statesville and Mooresville, if you get a chance to vote and you think you should or want to, they are voting. And municipal elections, especially off-year elections, tend to be close. Your vote matters. I just want to say that, and it will matter. And so if you get a chance, go participate in the political process. That's all I have on the agenda. Do I have a motion?
I move we adjourn.
There's been a motion to adjourn by Ms. Cindy Haynes. Do I have a second? Second. We have a second by Mr. Hoke, who got it in first. All those in favor of adjourning,